Good evening. It's the weekend. I hope everyone is doing well. It has been as a Villa fan, it's been a fabulous week. All the good teams in England won in Europe, and all the bad teams, specifically Tottenham, lost. It's always good to start out with a little jab at Tottenham, just to, have some feeling of smug superiority. Wonderful to see you all in. We've got some very, very fine and beautiful people in this evening. Starting with, as always, the glorious Levi. And I appreciate talking about the wonders of Europe probably isn't the best thing to say. Obviously, a very, very tough week for PSV this week. Blue Lions is in. Lovely to see you, my dude. We've got DM Bassist as well. It's lovely to have you in. Painting minis. I'm genuinely jealous of your patience and ability to do so. I wish I could do the same. Cortiba is in, getting emotionally ready for uni. I mean, hopefully, how long are your semesters over there? I naturally will assume it's like the UK, where like a semester is probably like the best part of 2.5 months. Like, is it 10 weeks, 12 weeks or so? And then. Yeah, but I don't know. That's just entirely English centricism, isn't it? Where you just assume that everything's going to be exactly the same as it is in your own country. So we've got Mr. Echo in. You got sacked by Dusseldorf. That's a shame. But as we said, it's an opportunity for a new path in the journeyman, which will be marvellous. Silla's in. Silla's feeling great. Lovely to hear. Love that positivity. Great to have you in, my dude. We also have Rich in. Now, if you guys aren't in the Discord, I should probably do that whole Discord thing. Let's do that there. Well, hey, beautiful stuff. Rich is posting in about his Man City mixed tactic where all the players are playing out of position. He's got Erling Haaland at centre-back. He's got Rodri up front. And three of his players made Team of the Year. Incredible stuff. Absolutely ridiculous. Maestro's here. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. I'm having a very good day. Thank you very much for asking. Adam is in, albeit briefly. He's going to pop by a little bit later, which is marvellous to see. Jairus is in. Thank you very much for the follow, my dude. I did see that you replied. I will get down to that in a couple of moments. We've got Knight and Knee here as well. Lovely to see you, Knee. Great to have you in, my dude. So Jairus, you were saying you're an underdog supporter, so just any team that aren't expected to win. I like the sound of that. And right now, you're doing a Union Adave save in Spain. I am not familiar with Union Adave. So the plan is to make them the best team in Madrid. That sounds like a fantastic challenge. And Cortiba is currently now, so you've switched to a team in the Uruguayan second tier because international management is boring as fuck. Yes. But it's a great job to get in real life, right? Surely, all you've got to do is go and watch some games and maybe take charge of like 8 games a year. What a glorious job that is in real life. And Sarah Chul is here. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? And the medical car. Lovely to see you both. McDowell Stevens in. Lovely to see you. Welcome in, as is El Norby. So Jairus so far is exceeding expectations and in the playoff spots. Brilliant. We've got a Crudmo. Welcome in, Crudmo. How are you, sir? RJ's here. 4N71574. R is in as well, as is Necrosis. And there's a little bit of Llama. Welcome in, Llama. How are you doing, sir? Lovely to see you. I'm very sorry I didn't manage to catch your stream earlier. How's everything going in the world of Watford? So Master says, I wonder, do they get to watch games for free? Well, surely they get to watch games for free. Or at least the respective FAs are going to pay for it, right? That's definitely a work expense. So Blue Lion says, if Villa were to go extinct, would you switch to another English team or just watch as a fan of football? I imagine there's probably a good chance that I'd just be a general fan of football because, let's be honest, supporting a football club is boorish and tribalistic and really, really weird. It's all the kind of things that I dislike, generally speaking. But yet somehow I found myself caught in that web with zero desire to leave it. So I imagine that if I'm forced into a situation where I don't have to support a team, not that I have to right now, that I'd probably try not to. Now, I say that there's going to be some fondness towards teams, and I'd probably get dragged in somewhere along the line. So who knows? Neutral Normie's in. Good evening. Good evening, Neutral Normie. How are you, sir? So Sarah Chaw's just woken from a nap, grabbed a bag of candy and turned on the PC, so life is good. That does sound good. I mean, I'll be honest, that's the exact reason why I missed Llama's stream, so I missed nothing, which is a relief, but I decided to go for a little bit of a nap this afternoon, just to make sure that I was nice and fresh for this evening, and I don't suddenly feel tired at like 8:30. So Jarrah says, Union Adave is in the last playable league available in FM24, so in the 4th tier of Spain, so that's the Segunda Federación, is it, I believe? I might be wrong there. So El Norby, champions of Europe in the making, both Darmstadt and Man United. I mean, both seem as plausible as one another, which I would say is not very plausible. But anyway, shall we get into things? We will head into the game in a moment. I have got moved ahead. I moved through pre-season, all the friendlies. We've got a few signings to reveal, and then we go straight into our opening game of the season. But before that, Cortiba has redeemed a mystery minigame, so let's head on over and do a little bit of that. So as has been mentioned earlier on this week, because I've been streaming every day this week, I haven't had the opportunity to prep the new layout for the mini games. So we're going to be heading over to playfootballgames.com and using that like we did during the Christmas period. So for those that are new in or haven't been in these streams when we play the games, it's really straightforward. We've got a game here called Missing 11, where we're asked to name the starting lineup for a game some point in history. Today, we're looking for Monaco's 3-1 win against Toulouse in 2017 in Ligue 1. So we can see here that all these shirts here, they have a number by them, and that's how many letters are in their surname. So your job is just to guess who the players are. And if you want to get those guesses right in as quickly as you can, everyone gets a point for a correct guess, and that puts them up on that lovely little leaderboard beneath me. And so we've got some guesses coming in very, very quickly. So we've got Bernardo. Bernardo is Bernardo. I can count. So we're going for Bernardo in midfield, or is that Bernardo the defender? It's not Bernardo the midfielder. It's not Bernardo the defender either. So do we have Glick? Glick and at centre back. It is indeed. Beautiful work there from Zerachul. We've got Bakayoko as a guess. Now Bakayoko is an eight letter name. Where would Bakayoko be playing? So he'd be playing in the middle. It's not going to be there. Doesn't begin with B. I'm guessing you're going for is it Tumui Bakayoko? I've never known how to say his first name. Have we got Mbappe? Of course, Mbappe. Not in the right-hand slot, but could he have been on the left? He was indeed, Quadmo. Beautiful work. Just pipping medical card to the spot there. Have we got Subasic? Now, Subasic is 7 letters, so it does fit. It is Subasic. Beautiful work again from Zerachul. Jarvis comes in with Mbappe as well. Rich Sun has suggested Falcao. If there is an A, none of the other letters. That's great work, Rich. Beautiful stuff. Mendy at left back, says Ladislav, our Messi fan. Welcome in, my dude. How are you? Lovely to see you. And Necrosis with a Falco there. Bernardo Silva. Yes, indeed. Right, okay. Beautiful work. Beautiful work there. Neutral Normie has gone for Thomas Lemar on the left. It is Thomas Lemar. More guesses coming in for Falcao. We've got Sidibe as well. Now, Sidibe in midfield? He's not. He's a 6-letter name. 6-letter name. We don't have a spot for Sidibe, I'm afraid. Could we have a little bit of James? Or would they be down as Rodriguez? Rodriguez is what? 9? Rodriguez. No, we don't have a Rodriguez, I'm afraid. Do we have a Jemison? Who on earth is Jemison? I genuinely have no idea. It's not going to be in that one. Yes, it could be. It could be even. It's Jemison. Who on earth is Jemison? Genuinely, no idea at all. Fabinho as a guess. So possibly in this spot here. It is indeed Fabinho. Incredible work there, Blue Lines. Subasic in again. We've got João Moutinho as a suggestion. Moutinho is a 9-letter surname, so it's not Moutinho, unfortunately. Is it? No, it is an 8-letter. It's Moutinho. I can't count. I thought I could count. I evidently can't. So we've just got a right back to go. Is that right back Lopez? Lopes. It's not Lopes. I don't think there is a right back called Lopes, but I was going for it because it's a 5-letter name that's been suggested. We've got a suggestion for Dirar. Now, Dirar does sound right. It is indeed Dirar. Beautiful work. Who was that with Dirar? It's Blue Lions again. Wonderful job, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. Jemison is a Brazilian centre-back, you noob. I mean, I guess that they were centre-back. Probably from the name Jemison, I could have guessed that. It's more that I have no idea who he is, generally speaking. But so I am very much a noob. Welcome in, Heston. Lovely to see you, my dude. How are you? So let's get... oh my. So Jemison was involved with the betting schemes a couple of years ago. There we go. That might be why I've not seen him make the step up, because like Monaco have a pretty good track record of players moving up and establishing themselves at unfair to them a little bit at better teams. So let's get you up to speed, shall we? We are now on the 10th of August 2030, which means we're going to start our season with an away game in the DFB-Pokal against Jan Regensburg. So we get to go straight into the action. When we left off on Wednesday evening, we just got up to the 1st of July. We got our free transfers in. We had a couple of other transfers that we'd agreed for fees, but we still had 3 spots to fill. We wanted a new target striker to replace the retiring Davy Selke. We wanted a new advanced playmaker to battle it out with Christy Nokvik-Linsen after we sold Roman Esse for 22 million euros. And we wanted a defensive midfielder to eventually be the replacement for Fabian Nürnberger as our more kind of like sweeping defensive midfieldery type of player. And we have signed 3 players. We've also managed to sell a couple more as well. So let's head on over and see what's happened here. We got up until the stream, we got all the way up to bringing in Johan Hove, Tosin Adarabioyo, Adam Asnu, Jens Halen, Martin Stenbring. Martin Stenbring's a new gen, Luka Pazarek, Paolo Grasha, another new gen, and then Anselmo Garcia McNulty. And we pulled the trigger then on Keegan Jelicic. He was one of the attacking midfielders that we looked at, was playing for Brest, where he scored 12 goals and got 12 assists last season. So a good two-way threat. And he's been pretty solid over the course of his time, albeit in Ligue 2, so this is a step up, but he's registered double figures for combined goals and assists every season. It's 24 last season, 15 the year before, 12 the year before that, and 14 the season before that. So we've got a player that I think should be able to contribute, and he's going to be fighting out. He's probably going to start as a backup, but have a chance to potentially push himself into starting contention. So in terms of his attributes, and things have changed a little bit on this screen for those that weren't around for the stream yesterday, or maybe even Friday. I can't remember days anymore. But he's just solid at everything. He can control the ball, he can cross, he can pass, he can score, he can move. He's got composure and flair. He's got great stamina. So he's just an all-round good egg. Norby asked, did I sign Ladislav Almasi? Unfortunately not. So when we look at his scout report here, or his coach report as it is now, he's not one for big matches, but I don't mind that too much, to be honest. Otherwise, it does reckon that his best ability is the flair, so the ability to do the unexpected. So that's something that we were kind of looking at. He might not have elite flair. That would be a big orange circle, meaning it's 16 or above, but it's evidently quite high, which is what I like about him there. So instead of Ladislav Almasi, we bought in Jalal Abdullahi. He is our new record signing, 15.5 million euros. He was at Go Ahead Eagles last season, where he scored 22 goals in 29 games, which isn't too shabby. And that's kind of his breakout year. The year before, he'd scored 11 in 25, but he'd also been scoring quite a bit in Europe too. So his 10 goals in Europe meant that he was in above 20 goals for the entire season. So I've got high hopes that he comes in as a great replacement for Davy Selke. He is elite at jumping, elite strength, elite balance, elite aggression. So he's someone that I'm expecting is going to be all action, really, really involved, gets in the air, is going to win his headers. Everything's going to be great. Apart from the fact that he scored 0 goals in pre-season. His biggest weakness, as far as what we look for him to do, is his passing. So when he is holding the ball up, if he's got to then make that final pass, there are a little bit of concerns there. But from a performance standpoint and from an attribute standout, he looks like he should be an absolutely cracking player. Now, 15.5 million is nearly double our record transfer fee. Our record transfer fee was a couple of seasons back when we spent 8 million euros on Kenneth Schmidt. But I feel that, like, now we're in Europe, 15 million for a record isn't particularly exorbitant. So Maestro asks, does anyone remember Naldo? Wasn't Naldo playing at Wolfsburg at some time? He was indeed. Well, they've already got it. He did. Yes. Everyone said yes. Beautiful stuff. Coritiba mixed up Jemison with Jameson. Former Monaco was not involved. Fair enough. So Mr. Echo says, Jan Regensburg, I love this team. Back in FM24, I got a job there. Made back-to-back promotions from the 3rd division up to the Bundesliga. And then you lost the save. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. So Ladislav Almaty, tossing, proper Chelsea. I thought you'd appreciate the arrival of Adarabayo. What a player. What a haircut. One of the background characters in GoldenEye on the N64 looked like him. I mean, it is quite special, isn't it? They've got a very unique sense of style out in New Zealand, so it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. And then our final signing is a new gen. It's Daishi Muramatsu. Now, Daishi Muramatsu had a minimum fee release clause of 3.8 million euros, and he was doing brilliantly over in Japan, but Japan isn't a league we've got loaded, and so we're not... those stats aren't comparable to what we've got in the leagues in full detail. What he is, however, is a player that our coaches thinks is really, really good. They reckon he's a good player for most Bundesliga sides already. I think they rate him as a 4-star player, which is brilliant. We've got a player potentially who can be come into the squad and be a starter immediately, possibly pushing Nürnberger out of the starting lineup. And it does say that he lacks composure. That is a concern. But if we look at his attributes, looks pretty, to be honest. Elite bravery, elite tackling, elite natural fitness and work rate. Like, in terms of what we're looking for from a defensive-minded player, his mentals are great. Decisions, marking, positioning, those kind of things that help the player sweep up the ball. He's strong across all areas. He's good on the ball. He's got good vision. He makes good decisions. So Daishi Muramatsu comes in quite essentially as a starter already at the tender age of 22. Now, he does have a minimum fee release clause of 10 million euros because it was limited by his agent. That was the most I could push it up to. So I do expect that maybe a year down the line, we're going to have to renegotiate, and that's probably going to be with a slightly higher wage, but he's got the potential to be an absolute star for us. Now, we did sell a couple of other players. Out went Andrus Nemeth. As Al Norby has pointed out, we got good money for Andrus Nemeth. He was a disappointment. We signed him for 160,000 euros back when we first took over at Darmstadt, and he scored 0 goals in 15 games. He did score 1 in the cup, didn't he? He did score 1 in the cup. So we then loaned him out 2 seasons ago, where we did all right. And we loaned him out again down into the Zweite Bundesliga, where he was absolutely awful. But Heidenheim looked at his 5 goals in 31 games and said, yes, this is exactly what we want, and were willing to give us 1.7 million euros. So we made a nice, healthy profit on Nemeth. And finally, we sold Sebastian Tubeck. Tubeck was another player that we signed quite early on, 2.1 million euros, and he was solid, but just couldn't win his headers. His header win rate was underneath 70% every season, and that meant that he found himself not in the first team much at all last season. And so we sold him for his minimum fee release clause to Go Ahead Eagles. So that offsets a little bit of the money on Abdoulaye. So Naivny is back. Welcome back. New signings indeed. So Ladislav Almaty fan says Real Madrid, Barca, Strasbourg, Bayern, and all the other elite clubs wanted him. So getting a deal done was too difficult. Exactly. Exactly. Abdullah, a cult figure on away days. Is there a story there? Is there a story there? So, how has he been in Hungary? So, oh, right, yes, you're asking about Lads. Yeah, cool. So, Naldo broke my opponent's striker's leg. Did he now? Interesting. Who was that? Which player? So, the quiz is here as well. Welcome in, my dude. There's a team in Norway known to suck so much in pre-season that it's almost worrisome if they don't. So, have faith. Now, as a team, we did all right in pre-season. It's just Abdullah sucked. No, so Abdullah signed. I think the Dutch season might be a little bit later when it starts up. So he was very, very short of fitness. He picked up a small little knock immediately. So he's only played a couple of games, including the one against Monaco where we won. That was our big game. The one that we were basically, that's going to be like our tester against European standard opposition, and we won. We look quite good there. I am a little concerned that he can't score against teams like Darmstadt or Worms, but we'll see. Give him time to settle in. So Crudmo asks, which team exactly? Which is that Norwegian team? Necrosis, we can't nickname Nugen today, can't you? Oh, let me go and do some admin. I will. Let me pop into the dashboard. That's probably yes, because I probably turned that off whilst I was on the stream last Friday with Tony Jameson. I think I did that. I obviously forgot to put it back on, so I do apologise. Let me see if I can get that on. Nugen, nickname, player lookup. Beautiful. They should all be active now. I do apologise. Thank you very much for pointing it out. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. We've got a decent squad. I think we've got cover essentially in every position now. If we pop to the squad planner here, we've got a player for each position in defence. We've got cover all the way through the squad. We've got more bodies than we need up front. And there is one more thing to talk about. So you can see over here with the advanced forward, I've moved both of our new signings into the ahead of Nathan Skitter. Nathan Skitter wanted a new contract. He wanted about 40 grand a week, and he wanted to be an important player. So we've transfer listed him. He's currently under bid from Legia Warsaw. I don't think he's going to sign for them. He didn't seem too keen, but we'll see. If we don't, we're quite happy to drop his asking price. We got him in on a free. I mean, I'd be quite happy with around 6 million or so for him, so that's not too bad. But yeah, we're ready to go into the very first game. But before that, I suppose what I should probably do is ask you, Nick, what nickname do you want to give? I imagine the next player up. Oh, okay. Right, it's going to be... Oh no, I can do it from here, can't I? Yes, I can go into the players from that way. So for those that aren't in the Discord, I have been iteratively making changes to the skin as I go, just small bits here and there on a daily basis. And this thing here with all these data statistics on the squad screen means that if I click on the second team, on the reserves, it crashes. So it does limit some of my access to certain screens. But, you know, that's a problem for tomorrow to work out. So Maestro says, it's not going to look good for Go Ahead Eagles when stop behind Hawk. Go Ahead Eagles, stop behind Hawk walks in. Right, yeah, there we go. A Viking Stavanger are the team in Norway. Fair enough. Roy Hodgson's highlight of his career, indeed. Bill's in. Welcome in, Bill. How are you doing, sir? Let's pop in there. Just did the double with ASV Arsenal from amateur to the top of the Netherlands in 2036. Fantastic. Is that gone up on the Sports Interactive forums as well? Is that something that I'll be able to read about this evening? That'd be marvellous. D-Bell's in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. So Nick says, you'd like the DM to be called Shiitake, like the mushroom. Like actually spelt like the mushroom. So, which is, where is he? So that would be shiitake, like that. Yep, is that cool? So, D-Bow's in. Welcome in, my dude. Lovely to see you. I hope you are doing well. Nick, that's what you call a Houdini trick. I see what you did there. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. So, yeah, in terms of the first game of the season, Adara Bio comes straight into the starting lineup, as does Pazarek, Shitaki, as new. And then our new strike force of Abdulai and Grassa. So Sims is on the bench, Nürnberg is on the bench, Hove, a new arrival, is on the bench, Ben Wimmer drops out as well. Yeah, we're good. Our new goalkeeper, I still think that Sauter's stopped stropping now, so he is still our backup, a little bit more experienced than Halen. Halen's probably going to be playing mainly for the reserve team, and maybe we look at a loan for a couple of years just to get him a lot of first team football. But I think that Hyland is going to be great in the long term. So yeah, let's head in. So we lack the 35-year-old tower to foot long balls on. We do. But we've got Abdulai. Abdulai's there. We've got Ellis Sims as his backup. We gotta be happy with our options. We're gonna be good. I hope. So Night of Knee says it was ages ago, but I do recall it being versus AC Milan. I was fearing facing them. Didn't say to break it, but I guess he understood the assignment. Fair enough. Right, Boller squares it. It's a great chance for Regensburg early on. They've had a couple of chances already. Both teams have, in fact. So momentum, we started off okay, but that's not exactly what we want to see in the opening exchanges. In fact, there's the only highlight so far. A lot of pot shots from the looks of things. A lot of the ball. We're doing okay. So 0.07 per chance is pretty rotten. Let's see if we can have a look at the shots from us. So they're all in the box, to be fair. Pazarek with the corner sends it into Abdulai. Abdulai's header, both high and wide. So Night of Knee says the other striker was injured. Maybe FM10 was managing Werder Bremen. What great team Bremen had around that time. Right, Grassa out to Brooks. Brooks gathers it nicely. Moves out wide. Feeds Pazarek. Pazarek and Linson. He forces a save. Surely either side of the goalkeeper, and that would have been a goal. Mr. Echo has a little story from his Regensburg save. I had one winger there named Ajiman Diawusi. He was all the way with me and was doing well. Only then I found out that in real life he died. Oh, okay. That is quite sad indeed. Very, very sad. No more negative comments from me today. Indeed, yeah. Let's keep it light. It's Friday, right? No, that is awful to hear. It's a real shame. Bill Houdini says, not yet, just the cup finals to go against PSV. I'll look forward to it once the write-up's there. And we've had a couple of good chances, but you've got to be a bit disappointed that we're not beating them, to be honest. So, loads of chances in the box. We forced saves. They're falling a lot to Abdulai, 999. He's had 3. Asnu's had a couple of chances. So that stuff's generally looking okay. Where are we losing the ball? Look at the heat map there as well. So it seems to be out in the wide areas. I'm guessing that's a lot of crosses that aren't making their man. So maybe we're going to try and discourage crossing a little bit, even though we've got decent physicality up there. So I'm not happy, guys. We will ask you to cross. We'll just take cross more often. Otherwise, we'll go into the second half. We'll look to make changes after a little bit. Nicknames in. Nickname 123321. How are you doing, sir? Welcome in. Yep. Shitaki is fine. Beautiful. Chris Norton Walker's in as well. Hello, sir. How are you? Lovely to see you, my dude. Any gigs this weekend? Esquisitipo asks, am I using the FM tweak? I'm not Esquisitipo, I'm afraid. I have taken a look at the 1. I don't know if they're naming it 1.5 or 1.4.1. I did pick it up from the Discord when they popped it out last week. There's a goal. What a great goal. Right, Shiitake looking for a debut goal. It takes a deflection, smacks off Grasser's face and past the goalkeeper. What an amazing goal. Goal of the season right there. Absolutely no doubt about it. So could we get another chance from their goal kick? Pazarak wins the header. Abdullahi charges forwards, finds Brooks. Brooks takes a shot early. And it's just over. We're about the time where we're going to start making changes. So around that hour mark. And first change is going to have to be Linson. On comes Jelovic, and we're also going to bring on Johan Ho for Brooks. So 2 changes. Let's say you only get 1 debut. Have fun. They don't care about that. They don't care about fun. They are all business. That's why they didn't respond. Corner, taken from Pazarek. Sends it in. Raphael Schiffel. That was nice and easy.
Scoring, Aradalo's glowing, Nick has got us going,
There we go, straight forwards, cross in, Schiffel, he's like 6'5", it's unfair really. Right, 10 minutes past, we can make some more changes. Those changes are going to involve both Sims. Let's change both strikers. Let's take both strikers, tell them that I want them to make the difference. Sims is inspired. We're getting through to the guys we know at least. So nickname, how has Linson been doing for me? He's been okay. He was pretty decent towards the tail end of last season, but it did take a while before he started to play well. He is now in a battle with Jelicic to keep the starting spot, because his wages are quite high. We've paid him 60 grand a week. He's our highest earner. So he really does need to impress in the early stages. Right, last change is going to be Nürnberger on for Shiitake, maybe. Yeah, Nürnberger on for Shiitake. And there we go. So, Maestro got knocked out in the semis of the Pokal by Leipzig. Still happy that we made so far? Absolutely. No shame in losing to Leipzig whatsoever. Disappointing, naturally, but a cracking team. Night of Knee, Friday. Friday is for Dilfs. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to offer any explanation to anyone who's not aware of what's going on. So no gig tonight, no gigs this weekend. Hopefully back in the car in the next 2 weeks. Fabulous stuff. Johan Hove on his debut. That looked like they were going to disallow for a moment, but they're not.
We love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mika Aritalo.
Great work from Asnu. Gets to the byline, cuts it back. Yo ho ho with the goal. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. So the nuclear mushroom exploding, indeed. A Nightcrawler's in. Welcome in. Jan Regensburg is the professional club closest to where you live. I hate them. All because they always hit on my girlfriend. Fair enough. I mean, what, all of them at the same time? That is quite incredible. DM Basis is back. Welcome back, my dude. We're gonna win the whatever the fuck this is. The DFB-Pokal. We're gonna win the DFB-Pokal. And now, it is a little bit classless to celebrate a win over a third division team, but fuck it.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Nice and easy. No concerns whatsoever. We can ignore the fact that it was 0-0 at halftime. And arguably, I mean, actually, no, we did have the better chances by halftime, but Regensburg did have the first chances in the game, which we're going to pretend didn't happen. Didn't happen whatsoever. So, well, we're definitely winning that. It goes without saying. Absolutely. So, Night of Knee, yes, it's Dilf Day. It is Dilf Day. Yo-ho-hove in a bottle of rum. Exactly. It is happening. That is definitely going to be his celebration song when I get round to it. Right, Nightcrawler, yeah, always all of them in one night. She's really hot. Well, take it as a compliment. Take it as a compliment. I think it's the only way. She's yours. She's not, unless you're worried that she's going to leave you for someone who plays for Jan Regensburg, then it's understandable. Take them. But otherwise, just feel pity. Just feel pity. Klopp is a fan of us signing Abdullahi. Klopp knows what it's about. Klopp knows we are men of taste. Euro Techno, exactly. Hello, Musty. Welcome in, Tyke. How are you? How are you, sir? Lovely to have you in. A nickname really rated his early performances last season. He doesn't quite have the physicality to play for Ajax right now. He's been loaned out to Sparta for the rest of the season. Hope he can improve. I did see that he'd been loaned out to Sparta. I mean, he's still very, very young. He made his breakthrough for Breidablik when he was like 15. So I think it's good to maybe give him a little bit of time to develop. He's what? 19, 18, 19? So hopefully there's a bright future ahead. RJ, it's FM, not real life. You can't lose a game when you shoot 29 times on target, right? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Poor PSV, eh? Not PSV, poor PSG. Poor PSV as well, to be fair. So RJ, it's FM. Oh, sorry, I've just read that. I'm losing my mind. I mean, it was long lost, let's be fair. Maestro, Champions League qualification secured. Good work, sir. Beautiful. Ladislav, our massive fan, had 5 XG to 1 against league leaders Milan in 2 league games. The aggregate score ended 1-0 Milan. That is rough. That is obscenely rough. How harsh. The Dan Tank, welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? Lovely. Don't start about PSV. I mean, we've discussed it earlier anyway. Yeah, it's been a pretty rotten few weeks, that's for sure. But it's okay because it was Carnival. So, you know, who cares about football at that time of year, right? So Tyke's good. Lovely to see. Lifting and watching your stream. Could life be any better? How are you? How's the team doing? Well, we've got off to an okay start. We've won in the DFB-Pokal in our first game of the season. I suppose we're going to find out in due course about how good we actually are. We've made a lot of changes. In fact, so if we pop back here, that looks like a net spend of 17.5 million euros, but we did sell Roman Essay as well before the turnover. So we've actually made about 5 million euros this summer. But that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 new arrivals as we look to improve our squad for our European campaign. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outgoing. I don't really consider the loans outgoing because they weren't going to be part of our first team squad anyway. So a lot of turnover. It's yet to be seen how they're going to do at this level. Right, which players didn't come on? Those ones didn't come on. We take them out and we'll get these guys up to fitness. You want them to play a full game or 60 minutes? 60 minutes, I think, for most of these. Anton Guy wasn't in the squad for the last game because he'd taken a little knock. He is back now. Oh, well, he was back just about in time, but just a little bit tired, which is why we didn't have him on the bench. No need to risk it in the cup. Benjamin Bunch even can play the full game. Stefanov can play the full game as well. And Skitter just 60. I don't want to risk injury too much. Choose captains. They really want us to make Moushund the vice captain. I imagine this is going to be his last season with us. He's not going to play that much, which is why Clinton was the vice. Clinton's got a fairly professional personality, so that's kind of cool. Garcia McNulty also is likely to be a backup option, so we'll stick with Linton and hope that he keeps his spot in the starting lineup. But I mean, Schmidt is clearly the leader there. We do have some concerns about our leadership. So as you can see, we are lacking in team leaders. Just the 2. Nürnberg is in the last year of his contract. If we get a good bid for him, we'll probably let him go. Just the 3 highly influential players as well. So we do have a bit of a leadership void. So age is getting you hard, it seems. It is, RJ. It is. Lookmar says, tonight I bring you a new German word for you to incorporate into your ever-growing German vocabulary. It's mustergültig, and translates as immaculate. Marvellous. I realise I've probably butchered the pronunciation there. I don't know how to pronounce the umlauted U, but yeah, so please do correct me. Please do correct me on that. So Nightcrawler says, your real good player will be Adam Asnu, I'll wager. That guy did 3 years as your first 11 left back, starting at the age of 22. We're talking Champions League winning Arsenal here. That's incredible to hear. That's brilliant news. Yeah, so he came in on a free transfer. We're a big fan of what it looks like he should be able to do. Got great flair, likes to get forwards, very, very attacking. He wasn't exceptional. So there we see last season in the Zweite Bundesliga, just the 5 assists, 6 if you include the cup, but more than enough to hopefully be an improvement on Tim Müller. He was great at dribbling, should have had more assists, so expected assists was very high, 87% tackle win rate, like in the 95th percentile for pressures as well. So I'm very, very excited about Asnu. Right, let's see. Let's drop the asking price a little. Let's drop it down to 8. We'll wait a little bit, maybe a couple of days, and then offer him out again. We can make use of Skitter. I think Skitter is a very good player. I was happy with what he did, but you know, we're not going to be offering him a new contract. We've got some young strikers in, so I'm kind of quite happy to let someone else take that spot. Hunson's going to be out for the next game. Well, he should return around the next game, so possibly on the bench. But that means Jelicic can get into that starting lineup with his beautiful haircut. Beautiful haircut. No, we can discuss PSV a bit more, says Nickname. It's been a tough week for them. It's been a tough couple of weeks. I think we can let them off the hook. So Quez had an FM game where your keeper got 1.5 XG prevented the day after. So 1.5 XG prevented the day after the PSG Liverpool game. It was still less than Alisson in real life. Indeed. Oh wow, that dynamic is a perfect Christmas tree. It is. Boo Skitter. Like we knew when we accepted that bid that he wasn't interested in joining them. We did change him to surplus to requirements, but I didn't expect him to accept that bid, to be honest. So UEL, I think he did it quite well, but then I'm not German. Well, we'll find out in due course. So Nightcore says, complete wingback on support behind an inside forward on attack, scores a lot cutting inside himself. Marvellous to know. So what we do with our wingbacks, they're there to specifically hold the width, because we have no width otherwise. But yeah, he's I'm very, very confident he's going to be good for what we're looking to do. FMG&G is in. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. How has your week been? Yeah, how's your week been, sir? Are you looking forward to the weekend? Zerachul says, man, this manager is so down the dilf hole, he has no love for the old. You've always got to be down the dilf hole. That's what Fridays are for, quite literally. Of course, I'm going to allow the word dilf hole. Good man, Quadmo. Maestro, genuine question, Alisson or Ederson, and why? Alisson. Like, I say 2-3 seasons ago, would absolutely have been on the Ederson train, but he's been making a lot more mistakes in the last few years. His shot stopping's still decent, but not quite where it used to be. And whilst Alisson is clearly very much on the top of his game, but that's only 2 options, Maestro. And 2 options isn't enough, because the real answer to the question is Emi Martinez, obviously. Tyke says, do you have any homegrown first team players? Absolutely not. So we're going to be looking at a 21 man squad for Europe, which is absolutely fine. We've got homegrown German players, but not homegrown at the club, or at least the homegrown players at the club just aren't really quite ready. When we inherited the team, I think there were only like one or two in the squad at all, in the senior squad that is, and the youth setup was absolutely atrocious. So we have been looking to address that over the last couple of years. We've brought in a number of younger players that we hope will be able to get their status in time, hopefully. So Nick says, "You is like the name Hugh without pronouncing the H's." So oo. So let's go back to that word again, Lukmar. It is Mr. Gultig, like that, close. Quadmo says incorrect. Is it by any chance you're going to say it's Jordan Pickford? You are, JP1, indeed. So FMG's had a good week. Always looking forward to the weekend. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Right. So this is a tricky situation because Yin Hu even is a player I really, really like. He is the third choice right back, but our right backs, we need that cover out wide because our wing backs are the only ones on the flank. They're constantly getting up and down. So we need to have a substitute on the bench at all times. And those substitutes are probably going to come on almost every game. And so if one gets injured, we kind of need... But regular starting minutes is good. What is their status on him? So they reckon he's third division standard at the moment. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And that all seems fine as well. Right, oh my word. IFK beats Standard. So we were waiting to find out the results between Standard and IFK. Oh no! Right, so Standard and IFK and Norrköping were in the Europa League, and we got drawn against the Europa League team, and they lost. Okay, that's brilliant. So we've got Norrköping in the final round of qualification for the Conference League. That seems doable. That seems doable indeed. First game is next week. Another away game to start off with. I like that draw. Now they should be in good fitness because obviously they're a summer league. They play all the way through the year, which means they should all be up at full fitness. But otherwise, I think we're pretty decent about that. Yeah, definitely happy with that. Nightcaller, Emmy cucks all others. Exactly. Maestro saying Emmy winning the Yashin Trophy 2025 because he saved a few penalties 3 years ago. As he should. As he should. Neutral Normie says Courtois and Alisson have been the most consistent goalkeepers for quite a few years now. Courtois, I've always liked Courtois as a goalkeeper. Maybe not as a person. Yeah, he had that little dip and then seemed to be cast off so easily by Chelsea, which seemed crazy. Has the 8-second rule been discussed so far? It hasn't. How do you feel about the 8-second rule? For those that don't know, there was a change to the goalkeeping rules now, that if a goalkeeper holds onto the ball for 8 seconds, the opposing team will be awarded a corner. After 3 seconds, the referee is going to count down with his hands, like so visually, so that they know. Now that's going to replace the 6-second rule that resulted in a free kick and was never enforced. That's not true. It was enforced once in the Premier League. It was enforced once in a game between Aston Villa and Arsenal back in must be around 2001, 2002. David James had the ball in his hands and went down to ground because he was injured, still holding the ball, and they gave a free kick for that. I was livid. We lost that game 2-1 to that free kick. It was nudged on to Nwankwo Kanu, who scored the goal from it. Absolute joke. Absolute joke, and it still lingers to this very, very day. Can you tell I'm bitter? Right, so Robin Olsen would probably be on the end of your list then. Robin Olsen would be nowhere near it indeed. So well as you pronounce it, perfect. Fabulous. And look, why, yeah, pretty close. That's probably as close as I'm ever going to get, that's for sure. Maestro, so Arthur Van Meeren has agreed to sign for Gladbach on a 5-year deal for 1.4 million. What a bargain. What a bargain. Jaris asks, what are the stars near the attributes? Cool. Let me not there. Let's go with the Dow. Bye. The stars next to the attributes are attributes that can't be trained. So the way that the attributes are organized in the skin is by their training groups. So if we pop over here and we look at the additional focus, if we go to final third, we see that final third trains composure and decisions, but I added flair there because it's not in a training group and it needed somewhere to belong. So that's just a nice quick little visual reference for which attributes can't actually be trained. Right, let's focus on our starters first. That's going to be those guys there. Pazarek, Asnu, Shiitake. Where's Brooks? And then we're expecting it to be Klinson, Abdullahi, Grasa. We've got our backup goalkeeper in Sahinovic. Now we'd be looking at the backups in all the other positions. So go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That gives us 22 players. We don't have the minimum for Darmstadt, and Mousend would be the one who would drop out there. So that's going to be our 21. Which is kind of, I don't think any of the players that are left out should complain, but we'll find out. We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, everyone's happy with that. That's cool. So realistically, like 21 players is more than enough as far as I'm concerned. We'll be fine. We're going to win the Conference League for sure. We can beat IFK, absolutely. FM Lama, but we like Emi Martinez as a person. Game's gone. As a person, like if you hear like Martinez in interviews, seems like a genuinely nice person. Like comes across really well. On the pitch, he's a dick. Absolutely no doubt about that. So Chelsea didn't cast him that snake off. But Chelsea were more than happy to get rid of him, I think would be fair to say. So Connor says, don't we have a 6-second rule at the moment? Or is that only in FIFA game? We do have a 6-second rule. It's not enforced. 83 million prize money for qualifying for Champions League.
Statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Llama, you absolute gentleman. I know that you say this. I'm going to say the same thing. That's with your prime. You only get one of those. I very, very much appreciate it, my dude. And for releasing the Ray Hudson, the best part of the stream by any metric. Bless you. Thank you kindly, sir. Maestro was saying 83 million prize money for qualifying for Champions League. Tears in my eyes. My club ain't broke anymore. 83 million is a crazy amount of money. Oh. Thank you, Crudmo. Crudmo has just suggested that Ter Stegen, if he could stay fit, he's freakishly good. He's a fantastic player, an absolutely incredible player. And that's something else about this save I forgot to mention, because he's also our new goalkeeping coach. He's now retired in game at the end of the 28-29 season. So we put an advert out for a new goalkeeping coach, and he gets his first ever job with Darmstadt 98. How about that? What a wonderful coincidence. So Arja says, wait, do you mean the goalkeeper can't keep the ball in their hands for a couple of minutes when their team wins? They can't anymore. It's how on earth are Villa meant to win another game ever? I mean, like ever. We've got like, we can't defend. If we can't waste 3 minutes every time the ball ends up in Emi's hands, we have no chance. And as a Villa fan, that makes me very sad. And that's all that matters. All that matters. Right, Clinton drops to the bench because of his injury. And then we're going in against Holstein Kiel. Holstein Kiel are a reasonably okay team. I think they didn't cause us problems last season. Not going forwards anyway. We did struggle to score against them from what I recall. So we'll see how we get on. They've got Andreas Muller. He scored an absolutely incredible goal against us 2 seasons ago. Do I need to say more? Oh, we've got good reactions in all positions. We'll leave it at that one comment there. Right, first league game of the season. First proper game of the season. So Chris says that does make a lot more sense about the corner. The corner makes a lot more sense. Absolutely. Barca fans despise Ter Stegen. Really? Why? Why? Do they just not think he's good? Okay, I've said that Holstein Kiel didn't cause us much problems, but they have created the better chances so far. Oh, sorry. Let me just pause this for a second. During pre-season, I moved that down to key. So let's get that back up to extended highlights in time for Kiel to score the opening goal. Here's Sander, feeds Yinmar. He looked onside to me. I think that's going to be 1-0. Are they going to raise their hands? That's a goal. We're 1-0 down, 30 minutes in. And that's probably been fair. They were shading XG at that point. But look at the gap here. When that ball came over, let's pop to TV view. Just move back a little bit. Sure, it's from a throw-in. We know that marking on throw-ins can be weird, but we've got 4 players marking Herstich. 4 players marking Herstich. No one marking Sander, no one marking Holter Lund. Lund plays it into Sander. Asnu probably should have been able to get there first, but it's that's a reasonably timed run from that respect. But yeah, that's horrible defending. And look at that, time to perfection. A lovely, lovely finish into the bottom corner. So Rich didn't know this 8-second rule, to be honest. Don't like the sound of it. Part of the game is being able to slow the tempo down. Exactly. Preferably for about 2 minutes. Nightcrawler says, of course it lingers when Kanu scores a goal against you of all teams. Kanu was a cracking player. Inconsistent, sure, but a cracking player without doubt. Right, can we equalise before half-time? Shataki loses the ball on the edge of the area. Sander just passes it to Asnu. Asnu gets down the flank, sends a cross into Abdullah. Abdullah's header off the other side of the bar. Freeze manages to clear it from Grasser. Oh, that should have been. That should have been. Abdullah is not happy at all. He's furious, in fact. What's he furious about? Abdullah's shot blocked. Is he furious about missing? I like that if he is. I've not seen a player be angry without like a shout to piss him off. Like Schiffel can't win the header of the corner. Cross to Pazarek. Pazarek's going backwards, and that's the end of the half. Not good. Not good. So that was for acknowledging Martinez as an arse, says FM Lama. Fair enough. Bless you. Bless you. So Neutral Normie says Ter Stegen is awful. He fears the ball being hit in his general direction, fears coming out to claim balls, has horrible saving technique. He's a moments goalkeeper, which means he is momentarily good and awful every other time. That's a bold take. To say that he fears coming out to claim balls or the ball being in his general direction when arguably he is the one of the first goalkeepers really alongside Neuer who was kind of marked as those sweeper keeper types in modern history. I know that Crudmo is already typing away, going, no, it was actually Blobby McFlarderboon in 1942 was the first sweeper keeper. He played for Hale Zoin Cheesemongers in the 3rd division or something along those lines. Right. Yeah, that's been a bit rubbish. Momentum-wise, we've kind of been okay, but not consistently. So let's look at stats. We've had a lot of the ball, not much dominance in the final third as we would like. Again, losing the ball in wide areas, but we've had a lot of the ball. It's getting into the final third that's been the problem. So I'm more concerned about what's happening with the midfield. So we're going to take a look at the players' individual possession lost. So Shitaki's lost it 9 times, Brooks 8, Pazarek and Asnu. I said I don't mind it going out wide, but I am concerned about the defensive midfielders there. So again, we're telling them that we've not been good enough. We're upping that tempo. Let's get it into the final third quicker. Let's tell Adarabayo to ease off tackles now that he's on a yellow card. And let's bring Hove on for Brooks. Now, the Volante is going to take risks. That's absolutely fine. We're going to ask the defensive midfielder to take fewer. Hopefully encourage him just to keep things ticking over a little bit more. Abdullahi had that big chance. Grasser couldn't get to the rebound. Not seeing anything of Jelicic really. I might... In fact, let's swing Jelicic just over to the left. Maybe that will help him feed Grasser better. Gets him closer to Asnu. Clears the space a little bit more for Hove to get forwards as well. So that's hopefully we'll do something. We'll find out. So Rich says you don't see it like that. I see it as being able to slow things down, allow the defense to push up, take a breather, reset. It's football, not basketball. That said, I mean 8 seconds. It's still a reasonable amount of time. I think it might be a bit too much on the short side, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing in the second half. We're going to need to up things even more. There's not necessarily much more we can up. We're at the highest possible tempo. But here's a Darabai. Finds Shitaki. Plays it safe as we've asked him to do to Schmidt. Back into Shitaki. Jelicic now finds Asnu. Asnu cutting inside. Feeds Grasser. Grasser's shot is saved by Wiener. Oh, Wiener, you let me down. You're meant to slip through my hands, Wiener. Sorry, let the ball slip through your hands, Wiener. Right, time for some changes. And those changes are going to look like Linson. Need to get Jelicic to get involved in that moment. Abdullahi's coming off. On comes Sims. Grasser's 6 foot, isn't he? He is 6 foot. So in this game, going to try and play a little bit wider. Hit those early crosses. We're going to... so you can stay as a ball player. Schiffer, we're going to move to no nonsense. Schmidt, we're going to move to no nonsense as well. See if those guys can send the ball long a little bit more to those guys. So in possession, we will stop rolling it out. And we're going to push the press up. Let's try and catch them out if we can in their own half. Maybe be a little bit more direct with our attacks. So a couple of minutes later, we've got a throw in. Grasser finds Asnu. Shitaki. Shitaki's not sure what to do. He goes back safe. Keeping it safe. That's what I wanted from him. Adarabai into Pazarek. Hove now. Hove back to Pazarek. Here's Adarabai. He's moving it all the way over. Look at Schmidt. Look at Schmidt. Or not. Find Shitaki. Shitaki plays the ball over the top. Asnu now. Can he whip it in? Asnu to the far post. Sims with the header straight at Wiener. Straight at Wiener. What a disappointment. The Quez says he agrees there's room to be smart and cynical, but I don't see how someone holding the ball enriches the sport both in terms of watching and playing. I mean, not every action has to enrich the game, surely. Hove with a chance, shoots wide. We're going to start with a defeat from the looks of things. Wiener out to Itter. Itter, well, we've still got our thing on. Oh no! Oh no! It's the post. We've got lucky there. Right, both teams have hit the woodwork now. Right, Asnu, can we come away? That wasn't going to be a chance for us. Damn. Last change. It's probably going to be Pazarek. We've got 2 changes left even. Pazarek is tired. Stembring's going to come on here. We're going to move you onto an attack duty. We're going to move you onto an attack duty as well. Are we? No, we're going to move you in as defensive wingers. You're not going to be a defensive winger. You're going to be a regular winger. So that's on the side that Shiitake is. So we can now put you onto defend duty. We'll look at something like that. Tell Guy I have faith. Stembringer's already good body language. And immediately we give up a shot. Schmidt now with a throw-in to Asnu. Here they clear the lines. Schiffel will gather the ball. Schiffel's going to take his time. Couple of passes. There we go. There's the long ball forwards. Sims gets there at the second attempt. Finds Hove. Schmidt. Schmidt's pass is loose. And here's a chance now for Kiel to come away with our former player, Andreas Muller. He finds Vargas. Muller gets the ball back. Here's Neymar, the goal scorer. Feeds Sander, the assister. It's a good save from Sihanovic. It was straight at him, though. I mean, you probably should save that anyway. Ladislav Amasia, a goalkeeper who can't goalkeep, teaching your goalkeepers. Indeed. Don't be surprised when your goalkeeper doesn't try to save the ball or diving in the opposite direction. I mean, we've had that anyway, so that's absolutely fine. Barca fans like Szczesny more than Ter Stegen. My word. Oh my word, that's a bad sign, because like Szczesny's had an awful time, hasn't he? Unless he's got better in recent weeks. And that's surely the last chance of the game. 1-0 to Kiel to open up the season. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bugger. Now, I did say during the last stream that I do expect that this season will be a dip from last season. I don't think we're going to finish top 7 again. That was incredible. Very, very unexpected. That said, I would kind of have expected us to beat a team like Holstein Kiel. Let's just have a look at our previous meetings. I said, I think we've always struggled to score against them, haven't we? So in fact, we lost to them last season away from home. Are we always playing them away from home? Oh, right, okay, so we lost them on 22nd of the 7th. 22nd of July. Oh no, they weren't in they've just been promoted, haven't they? But we lost to them on the opening day of the season 2 seasons ago. And that was that game. And then Andreas Muller scored an absolutely cracking goal against us in the home game in that season that I mentioned before. We lost to them at home twice. So, okay, maybe they were a bit of a bogey team. Maybe we struggled more than I recalled that we had. So you've read that Barca players don't like him. Quadmo says everything on the internet is a lie. Don't they teach kids that anymore? Everything is a lie. That is true. That is true. Darmstadt are winning in real life, 2-0. Marvellous stuff. Awesome. Who are they playing, Kotiba? Who are they playing? Lee Richmond wrote Roos. Yeah, perhaps he was the first sweeper keeper. Okay, I'm almost getting back to comments that we've made a few moments ago. I'm so sorry. I will not have any disrespect to Blobby McFladderboon. I'm glad somebody worked out what the words were that I said. Derby County have completed the signing of Jeff Hendrick. That feels like a throwback. So, Jairus, did you not get my answer earlier? I've answered that earlier. The stars next to attributes are attributes that can't be trained. So again, I will come back here. Flair is a non-trainable attribute, but it's put in this group because it seemed like the most appropriate place for it to belong. Natural fitness is an untrainable attribute, and so that's what the stars represent. Venus standing tall in his hole. Goal, indeed. Well, this game was shit. It was indeed. Birmingham fans like Szczesny too. My word, you guys must love him. I mean, that is what a momentous. I was going to say momentous moment. I mean, I think by definition that is what a moment is. So yeah, like that error, that absolute scramble in the goal mouth, incredible. Right, Szczesny must be 50 by now. I feel like he's always been old. Well, he came out of retirement, didn't he, to then sit on the bench behind Pena. Offside Pena is better than Szczesny, is better than ter Stegen, is better than Pena. The unbeaten season is over. It is, isn't it now? Already. Rich says he's one of those players that's been around so long. He's only 30. No, he's not. RJ, there is no way that Szczesny is only 34. That's crazy. That is crazy. Szczesny's been good in his last few games. Okay, fair enough. Karl Schruer and Darmstadt are now 3-0 up against them. Beautiful. Ladislav, our massive fan, wants to ask, what do the stars next to the attributes mean? You cheeky bugger. As you know. Ciao, so again now, I didn't hear it when you said it the first time. No, that's cool. Watching Pena is like watching a worse ter Stegen. He's not even got ter Stegen's one ability, composure with ball at his feet. I mean, so I've seen some Barcelona games this season, and the fact that Pena was keeping ter Stegen out of the starting lineup, keeping Szczesny out of the starting lineup, was a pretty bad indictment of where Szczesny was at. But maybe, if Tyke's saying that he's better in the last few games, maybe it's just a case of that retirement, he let himself go and needed a number of months to get up into decent shape. So April 18th, 1990. That's crazy. That is crazy. Szczesny made his Arsenal debut when he was 11. It's gotta be. Like, that's surely the only way. Like, when did you win the FA Cup? Was that 2010? 2011? And I feel like Szczesny had been around for like 10 years by that point already. Madness. It's madness. Right, okay. We've got an advert coming up. Well, we've got the second set of advert breaks for today coming up. The way things work around here is that I will take a break during some of those advert breaks. I'm going to refill my drink. I'm going to go to the toilet. I'm going to vape because I'm a dirty vapor. So I'm going to see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll get back to hopefully putting things right in Europe. See you shortly. Right, we're back. And during the break, DM Basis redeemed a mystery minigame, so we're going to play a little round of bingo. The way this works is you can use that lovely code that I've just pasted into chat, or you can pop on over to playfootballgames.com and enter the room code in on bingo. Every single person gets themselves a bingo card. On that bingo card, you're going to have a selection of like teams or nations or trophies or records. Let me start that again. Every player's bingo card is going to be slightly different. And then, like a game of bingo, the game is going to call out a player's name, and your job is to assign them to one of those squares. Now, maybe you've got a player that matches multiple criteria, and you need to choose one of them. Once you choose a square, it's locked in. You can't undo it. If a player doesn't match any of those squares, you can skip. You get in total something like 60 players or something to work through, and a lot of those won't match any of the criteria whatsoever. So it's kind of a game of deduction about where they belong, where you're going to play them, and hoping that maybe that you should be passing and hope that there's going to be a right answer come up in a moment. In total, as I said, you get about 60 players. You get 10 seconds on each player, so you've got to be reasonably quick. But using those full 10 seconds is probably quite a wise idea. Make sure that you're taking your time to properly check the board. Now, the good news is I'm really, really bad at this. So the chances of beating me are very, very high. What will happen is those that finish in the top 5 places will get points. The person who finishes in first will get 5 points. The person in second, 4, and so on, down to 1 point, which will get you onto that lovely little leaderboard down there. We run the leaderboards weekly and all time, so if you've never played before, you can still get up on that weekly leaderboard. And currently top place is on 6 points, so a big win here and then a little mini game later, there's a good chance you could win the week as well. And so what we'll do is we're going to give it like another 90 seconds or so for people to join if they'd like to, and then we'll start the game. Welcome in, by the way, Naofumi. Lovely to see you. I do realise there is quite a lot of chat that I have now missed. I do apologise. But the Krez did ask, what do those stars next to some of the attributes mean? They mean absolutely nothing, Krez. They're just there to confuse people. Zerachul says, oh crap, not this again. You'll do good, I'm sure, Zerachul. I'm sure you'll make amends for yesterday. Rich, I'm joking with you. Okay, there's talk about... So Crodmo was using the word the Spanish used to describe playing football with a moment's pause. Was Crodmo talking about La Pausa? Interesting. I've missed that. I've missed everything. Adam is back. Welcome back, my dude. How are you, sir? Lovely, lovely to have you in. How's your week been? Ladislav Massive fan asks, what do the attributes next to the stars mean? They're completely made up words. They're not even real words. It's crazy, I know. No. Right, so we'll give it about 20 more seconds. I've got the... Just keeping when it ticks over to the next minute on my little how long we've been streaming for counter. And then we'll head on into the game. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if I can not embarrass myself. I think I came second bottom a couple of days ago. Here we go. Right, so Crodmo makes a telling point about football and its nature, and Musterman skips over it entirely. 100%. 100%. Right, so first player up is Kaylan Navas. Kaylan Navas. I wonder, it's probably won some big competitions, but I'm going to let that one skip. Cengiz Under. Okay, I know that on my card, there's a spot for him. I'm going to wait until right towards the end because we all get the same players. I don't want to get ahead because then you guys will know who's coming up. So we're just going to hold back a little bit. And by holding back, that means we can put Stuart Downing there. Silvino. He was a cracking little player. No, I don't think he ever... If it's the Arsenal one, I'm assuming it's the Arsenal one, I don't think he ever quite reached the heights that we were hoping for. But still a great player. Absolutely incredible. Right, Francesco Acerbi. I'm going to let that one skip. I think I've let enough go all the way up to 10 seconds that I can probably play at a slightly quicker pace now. Well, not that I will anyway, because I'm not that that clever enough to know enough of these, or reactive enough. Right, Sulimentari. Sulimentari played for Inter, but isn't Brazilian. Don't think he's any of those other ones. We'll let that one pass. Paolo Maldini. Did Italy ever win with Maldini in the squad? I actually don't know, so I'm going to let that one pass as well. And Mario Balotelli. That's going to be Man City for sure. Gianluca Zambrotta. He's not Brazilian, even if he was at Inter. I see, it's the things like the Champions League winners, the World Cup winners, Europa League winners that I'm never particularly sure about. That said, Spain, Fernando Torres will go with a World Cup winner there. We'll find out that's wrong. Matteo Darman is Italian. Has he won the Europa League with any of his teams? Was he there when Ferguson was there? I don't know. Theo Walcott? Theo Walcott ended up at Everton, right? Am I being dumb? I'm going for it. I feel like he ended up at Everton at some point. Does Per Mertesacker won the Champions League at any point? He's played for some good teams. Maybe won the Europa League. No, can't have won the Europa League. Far too late. Claudio Pizarro was at Bayern around the time they were good. Yeah, fuck it. We'll go with that. Tomiyasu. We'll skip on Tomiyasu. Edgar Davids. I don't think he meets any of those criteria. 1991 Jorginho. Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm struggling, that's for sure. Robert Pires doesn't meet any of those criteria, I don't think. Pasalic. Mario Pasalic feels like a player who might have won the Europa League. I'm gonna play it now. Hernan Crespo. I definitely know that one. Martin Odegaard. Was he at Real Madrid at the same time as Cristiano Ronaldo? I'm not sure. 2019, I think he left. Well, Willian, did he ever play for Inter? We'll skip on that one. Mustafi. Lots of Arsenal players coming through here. Might have played for West Ham at some point. I don't know. Gervinho, I don't think matches any of those. Patrick Kluivert, I don't feel confident on that either. Blaszczykowski, I can't imagine him doing any of those things. Thomas Lemar, could he have played in Belgium? Maybe, I don't know. Jude Bellingham, obviously he's Brazilian and Inter Milan. Andrei Yarmolenko is also Brazilian. Vitaly Mikalenko, another Brazilian. That would have been guaranteed. That one was definitely Everton. Martin de Roon. Would he have ever played with Cristiano? Played in the Belgian division? Maybe. I don't know much about his early career. Ian Robben. I can't think of him having any links with Ronaldo. Kobe Mainu. No. Joe Hart. Paulo Ferreira. I feel like we'll go with Portugal, and then if another Portuguese player comes up, we've got Cristiano Ronaldo there, which is marvellous. Right, Brazilians at Inter. There's Maicon. Players who've played in Belgium or managed by Ferguson. There's Rio. Nicolas Soule. Jamal Musiala. John Carew. Juninho Pernambucano. Juninho Paulista, one after the other. Beautiful stuff. Vinny Jr. Nigel de Jong. Reece Nelson. Just give me a Belgian player. That would be, at least then I can feel reasonably confident about that. Wesley Sneijder. All these Dutch players and French players, it's like it's baiting me. Robin van Persie, could he have played in Belgium a while ago? Andre Paredes. Gonzalo Montiel. Right, one player left. I don't think Benzema ever played in Belgium. So we're going with Alessandro Del Piero, quite famously turned out for Antwerp for 6 years of his career. So let's see the damage. How about... Oh no! Was that the only one that was... Oh, I feel robbed. I feel robbed. Everyone knows. You see, RJ said that Del Piero played for Beershot. Of course, exactly. I've been... disgraceful. Disgraceful. So Ladislav Amasi, I thought I was a genius because all the boxes were green. It's cruel, isn't it? It's cruel the way that it makes it look that way. So fabulous work there. Nick comes in with 15 correct answers. You get 3 points there, so he gets the 5 points. In second place, DMB and Ben. In third, and Zerachul. And Zerachul, sorry, I didn't realise you were still playing Zerachul. So we've got 3 people in joint second place. That's DMB, Zerachul and Ben. And then we've got joint 5th places as well with Koratiba and Medical Car. All of you get points. Lugmar, 11 places get points. No, I mean, you don't want it to be 11 places. Oh, no, actually, yeah, because if I'm in there. Yes. So we'll give points as well. I'm feeling generous. I'm going to give points to 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. It'll be 0 points, but that does have the word points after it, right? So let's go. So Chark messed up big time. Crudmo fucked up royally as well. Lukmar says he's fucked it up. So former second place. What's the link to the game? So the link was in the chat. That's our mini game for now, but we'll probably go back to it, or we might go back to it a little bit later. So when we do paying my taxes, I will pop the link in chat. They also have the code will appear on screen. So you can just go to playfootballgames.com. You can see that up there, playfootball.games, sorry. And that brings you into a place. There's quite a few different little party games that you can play there. Right, so let's head back on over. By the way, Paul Yapos, thank you very much for the follow. I do apologise that I missed that in the excitement of the mini games. And DMB also redeemed a player lookup for Daniel Parashiv. Now, Daniel, it's only 3 games into the season. So we don't have much data to go by. He's in a league that isn't active as well. Currently at Hermannstadt, where he scored 53 goals in 115 games. That's not too bad. Yeah, actually, look at that. The last 2 seasons, he's been pretty good in the Romanian First Division. 17 goals in 30, 16 goals in 30. Solid stuff. Now, we didn't have all the leagues loaded earlier on. In fact, actually, do we have it? No, we don't have league. Oh, wait, do we have the top division loaded? We don't have the top division loaded either. But maybe when we loaded in some of the other leagues, it's evidently brought him into the game, because between 2022-23 season and the 2027-28 season, he wasn't in the game at all. So the seasons he has been in the game since we've added some leagues in, he's been incredible. Now 31 years old. Attribute wise, we don't have any scouting on him, so none of that's going to be accurate, unfortunately. So there we go. Maestro's Ben. Sorry I didn't use my Twitch name. No worries at all. Thank you very much, Maestro. Zerachul, the misses were the ones I was most sure of. That's the way it always is. Always is that way. Right, Nightcrawler says, I distinctly remember Del Piero player coaching Excelsior Mouscron to 6 consecutive promotions in an Intertoto Cup. Exactly. We've been robbed. I tell you, it's disgraceful. So we've sorted out that our next game is away against IFK Norrköping. No porking. Right. Huyin. There he goes. Off to Hansa Rostock. Get some regular game time. Hopefully that will be good for us. And of course, the moment he's loaned out, Luka Pazaric picks up an injury. It's not scripted. So DM Basis says, I also did a look up for him back in game. Oh shit, you're ahead of me. I know it's rare that this happens, right? So Ladislav asks, can we keep this even when you have the other games ready? Quite possibly. My plan is to ask guys in the Discord at the end of the week how they feel about Bingo in particular, because I think it's quite a cool game. I think it's a good one that we can all be involved in, and all, like, it's quite interactive. That's essentially what I'm going for. It's interactive, which is why I like it. You like the tactic recreation folder up there? It's, you know, I need to sort out my bookmarks. You know, we need to have that. The only pain is that after each episode I then clear out all the ones about that coach and have to start all over again. So he's been your Al Massi replacement. He's had a very good first season. He looks like he's a good goal scorer. That's the guy that you shared in Discord. Haha, okay, that makes sense. Right, Rich says quarter-final of EFL Cup versus Liverpool. Debutants for the advanced forward, Destiny Udogie, and your central defender, Belotti. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing whatsoever. Jazz wants to know, is there any Preston North End tactic recreation for the first Invincible season? No, there most definitely isn't. I'd love to, but trying to source game footage for that might just be a little bit too tricky. Right, so lads of our Massey fans asking about Bannock and Strava. Dean Basis is 3 seasons in, enjoying it so far. Al Massi and Rigo were both good, but both have since left. Rigo went to Southampton, spent the last season back here on loan, but his wages were too much to be re-signed. Al Massi is doing okay at Hull. I mean, still, I assume Hull are in the Championship still at that point. Rich says, a great club with a great history. Had 10 great years of my life there, and I always keep an eye out for them. Talking about Preston there. Now managed by an ex-Sunderland player, indeed. Ladislav says he was Nick Crosis in the mini-games. I forgot to use my Twitch name. I believe you. It's not good when your FM save info is messing up with it in real life info. It's great when you get confused that way. It's perfect. We're allowed to make changes to the squad, but we're still in the exact same position in terms of numbers. We could register Bunch because he's homegrown anyway. So we might as well, I guess. Like, what harm is there in doing so? So you've got Mate Sin and Philip Kubala there, and they're both good. Marvellous. You need to prove yourself. Right, proposed target, he will say no. Indeed. Then we'll tell him that he's a squad player. Oh, and he's all right with that. Okay. Okay, that long exasperated sigh was perhaps not necessary. But I mean, considering we just loaned out Hu Yin, Hazarak picks up an injury, and then our next right back is like, oh, I want to leave as well. You just like, sometimes you just think, but yeah, not too much of an issue at all. Right, Wimmer can come in for Schiffel. We're going to give season. We want to make sure everyone's nice and fit, right? Zeratul says, good thing we know only FM is real. Indeed. 100%. What happens in FM is true. Oh, wait, whoa. I almost missed it. That would have been... Oh, come on. Right, welcome to this matchup between the white and blue of Norrköping and the blue and white of Darmstadt. Good kit choices there, lads. Good kit choices there. Right, so in the early phases, not much is happening. We've got a goal kick. Agostino playing it short to Hug Janssen. Out wide, here's Callie. Callie's going to carry the ball forwards. Back to Hug Janssen. Is he going to go inside? He is indeed. Raksaki there. The proper Chelsea. Oh, Ladislav Amasi is already on it. I thought I'd beat you to it for a moment. So let's just see there. RJ has some news. Who's going back to school for a bit in September at the age of 42? Awesome stuff. Fabulous. What are you studying, sir? What are you going to study? As Abdullah's shot comes, it's a nice easy save in the end. Nürnberger feeds Stenberg. Stenberg's shots blocked, and Norrköping clear their lines. That's surely the end of the highlight. It is indeed. Yeah, that is marvellous. Right, Ladislav Amasio's violence today. He says it's a banger, and then says not. Pulling that rug from underneath our feet. Disgraceful. Gee, this isn't looking good. 5 shots only in the first half. Now we've got a corner. Nürnberger sends it in. Headed away by Cisse. Stenbring finds Guy. Guy to Abdullahi. Abdullahi fouled. That's a penalty. It's going to VAR though. It always goes to VAR. That's what they're there for. He's got his hands to his ears and then we can't see him anymore. The penalty has been awarded. I can't remember who our penalty takers are, but it looks like Christian Knockvie Linson. It's the man to step up, and that's a goal. That is a goal.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Don't stand, the goals are here.
We take goals however they come, and if it means that we need a penalty to unlock the Norrköping defence, then that's what it needs. That's what it takes. I mean, we have been in control. Not as much in control as we were against Holstein Kiel in terms of ball share. But we've been the ones creating the chances, which at least is something. But I'm still going to tell them that I'm not happy. I am going to... So Abdullah is described as a pressing forward. So let's change him to a pressing forward. Let's see if that's better. I'm getting a little concerned that he's not really been involved in great chances, other than that one that hit the bar with Kiel in 3 games so far. So let's see if a little tweak there might be what we need. Right, it's Abdullah who kicks off back to Sternbring. Now it is on extended highlights, so this might actually be a highlight here. Abdullah. Oh. If it is going to be a highlight, they're teasing us. Right, Callie comes away with the ball. Guy wins it back. Plays it to Darabayo. Darabayo tries to look for a moment. Can't see. Plays it back to Wimmer. Darabayo down the line. Here's Guy. Has to come back once more. Some cracking football on display. Nürnberger into Brooks. Brooks turns. Back inside. Here's a Darabayo once more. Darabayo. Maybe we could have looked to move it across out wide there. Into Linson. It's finally made its way through to Asnu. Asnu, who was in space, feeds it to Linson. It's on his weaker foot, and that's a pretty underwhelming thing. So, Rich Son, the Preston North End tactic back then would be more or less 1-1-8. Football had barely separated from rugby at that time. The emphasis was all on running, dribbling, and physical context. Passing wasn't really a thing until the Scottish pattern weavers, which were a huge influence in recruitment for Sunderland at the time, when we were known as the team of all talents, winning 3 league titles in the 1890s. What a fabulous slice of history. Thank you, Rich. Beautiful. And Crodmo sent the link as well. Marvellous stuff. Right, Sternbring out to Asnu. Asnu drives down, sends the cross in. That's what we wanted. That is what we wanted.
Scoring, Aradalo's glowing. Nick has got us going up.
Maybe pressing forward is what we needed. Asnu does great. Asnu has looked really, really good for us. Gets it across to the box. It's an easy tap in for Abdullah. And that's the kind of area that we're used to seeing Selke in. So that's marvellous. That is marvellous. Right, you're going to get that computer technician certificate. Brilliant. Awesome stuff. As Abdullah makes it 3. That was absolutely thumping.
The team will love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Don't stop winning under Mika Aritalo.
Right, Brooks finds Abdullah in acres of space and then just absolutely twats it into the top right corner. That's more like it. That's the Abdullah we've been looking for. Right, corner, Nürnberger. Outswinger, going to be aiming for that near post where Wimmer is. Wimmer's beaten in the air. It's Sternbring on the edge of the area once more. Sternbring shoots just wide. It's a good chance. Good chance. So all those traits are the complete opposite of Toasting in real life. I mean, tries tricks, I think, doesn't feel like a very Toasting thing. But at Fulham, I think they were a fair reflection. I think there is something to be said about the way that Maresca sets up. That maybe you see it a little bit less. Because we always go to VAR. We always do indeed. Jerez says VAR in Romania is not used correctly. How do you say that it's used? Are you just saying that it's done badly? Or do they do something really weird? Right, let's make our changes. Sternbring has picked up a knock, so that's going to be Gorasha on. We are going to give Garcia McNulty his debut. Yeah, we're going to give Garcia McNulty his debut. And swing Schmidt into the central spot. Just the two changes, I think. Just the two. Right now, McNulty's in the right kind of mood. Gus Grasser will say some nice things to. And there we should go. Yes, that was a goal. It was indeed. Ladislav wants to know if anyone keeps up with the Estonian Premier League. I can't say I do, as Abdullah nets a hat-trick.
Stand, scoring like no tomorrow. Dumb, stand, the goals are here.
Nürnbergers with the corner. Abdullah with the header. Pressing forward's the answer. Pressing forwards. You can definitely gather definitive proof that the change is right based on just 45 minutes of football. And it's absolutely nothing other than tactical genius from me, right? As Abdullah makes it 4.
Darmstadt scoring, Abdallah's glowing, Nick has got us going.
And thankfully it stands, considering we played the song. It's Asnu again, down on that left-hand side, creates space, digs out across, Abdullah with the header. Absolutely no stopping that. No stopping that whatsoever. Crodmo asked me to stop clapping out of time. I'm not clapping out of time. The latency is the issue. And so I am going to always clap out of time. Deal with it, sir. Right, last 15 minutes. We'll make all the subs at once. Brooks is tired, so on comes Hove, on comes Shiitake. And let's get Abdullah an ovation. Very much deserved. 4 goals in that second half. Beautiful stuff. So to be fair, this was excellent. Preston were one of the first English teams to embrace the Scottish way of playing and reap the rewards in the first 2 league seasons. There we go. Yeah, Rich briefly read the article, which is great. I think it's all part of the direction of travel. Alana Savamasi says he's never seen someone so bad at carrying the ball forwards. Really? Really? Like, Fulham tossing was amazing on the ball. Seems crazy. So Jao says they use VAR for dubious decisions and in favour of some teams. So you're saying it's corrupt. But then everyone says it's corrupt. Generally speaking, always against their team. Right, Neutral Normie wants to know if we think that Maresca will keep his job beyond this season if he does not get UCL football. I think, I genuinely believe that they don't expect him to get UCL football, but maybe finish below 6th and he might be gone. Lanislav wants to know, should he sell his best midfielder to start some 17-year-old from your academy? Yes! Bring in the kids! Bring in the kids! Right. Kotib is there, says IFK who, no problem for Abdullah, yeah, I can't do that. Godbrelai. We'll try. Jalal is on fire. He is. We need a song for Jalal Abdullah. Well, I hope he's going to be scoring loads of goals, so that's going to be clear. We'll need one from Grasser as well. Right, Darmstadt just won 3-0. Beautiful stuff. As we concede a goal in injury time. Kevin pulls one back. The clean sheet against 10 men. They took a player off because he's injured. Kevin turning a Darabio inside out. Gets in close range. Stahinovic can't get enough on it. So the same thing that everyone has seen VAR and use the same. Exactly. One simple change. It's all that was needed. It seems that way. Hove with the cross in. Guy, it's Linson. Schmidt has space. The shot is deflected. It's a great save from Agostino. Diving full stretch to his right. And that will be full time. Full time. And that is pretty comprehensive.
Wait for SV Darmstadt, spam the golden motion. You can feel it every week. Mustard rejoices, free your mind and join us. Gonna win the fucking league.
Yeah, I think we've got one foot in the Conference League. The home game, I assume, is next week. It is next week, right? Yeah, we play against Augsburg, then against Norrköping, before an away game against Dortmund. We can probably get away definitely with resting players ahead of that game. So, Garcia McNulty, I thought didn't necessarily do anything wrong in that second half. I'm thinking for the next game, we're going to put Schmidt back in the middle. That's the position we signed Schmidt for originally. But then we had to sell Gaston Avila, or his minimum fee release clause was met, and Schmidt moved out to the left. But I think we do that for the next game. We stick with these other changes there. Linton scored. Abdullahi was good. Back comes Grassa. Asnu. Guy. I think Pazarek is okay to come back in. So we'll make that change there. Oh, we need... Yeah, well, let's just unselect all these guys. I should probably save the bench setup for League and Champions League because of the different numbers that are allowed in it. So we'll put Schifferl on the bench. Guy, Muller, Shitaki, Hove, Jelicic, Sternbring, Sims. That's hopefully, injuries allowing, going to be our lineup for the Augsburg game. So, Zerachul, as a Norwegian, I appreciate the hammering of a Swedish team. I can imagine. Muster ball, indeed. Ball just bounced off corner flag, or am I hallucinating? Someone clip that bit. Adam, you were called on, and you've done it. So, did that happen? Oh, I can't click it. I can click it now. Oh, right. No, you were clipping that bit. Boo. Boo. I mean, how would you say go at Belai? Go at Delay? Go at... yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. Try saying it out loud. Raise both hands, smile and say your name, indeed. Obviously, most of the news is rubbish, but we're apparently treating it as a 2-year season because of the Club World Cup. I do forget about the Club World Cup, indeed. Well, we needed to offer him out. That's a bit of a shame. We've got just a week and a bit left. Will teams be interested even though he's injured? Not currently. Let's drop that down to 7 million. Let's see if that will encourage people to... As I said, about 6 million, I think, is where I would draw the... Well, I mean, we was signed for free. It's probably even down as far as 5 million. Yeah, maybe about 5. We need that as a sub notification. But it's not the statistics. Get it again. He's doing it again. A twofer. Notification. Some form of notification for sure. I do need to work out. So during this weekend, the follower notifications aren't working at all. I have no idea why. It's set up exactly the same as subs. And it just doesn't trigger. So that's something I need to work out this weekend, as well as getting the raid notification up. Greavesy's in. Welcome in, Greavesy. How are you doing? Are you ready for the weekend? Funfstein. What is Funfstein, Knight of Knee? See, I'm not a polyglot, so I do struggle when I see all the 5-1. 5-1. I looked at the hyphen. I got all bewildered by it, but it's 5-1. I should know that. Right, so Greavesy, you've never been more ready for a weekend. Marvellous. Have you got anything exciting planned, or are you just relieved that it's here? Knight of Knee is now indeed 5-1. I'm sorry, I was being very slow. Very, very slow. As per normal. Yeah, that's not exactly a surprise now to anyone, is it? It's taking a while to get through these games on the Saturday. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. Just chugging away. So, big game really this. We opened last season with a lot of draws. We lost heavily to Dortmund, but then we drew pretty much all of our other games in the opening 7 or 8. And we then finished the season strong. But if we're going to have any real belief in our ability to repeat and be in that top half at the very least, I would like us to pick up some wins early on in the season. And so this game against Augsburg has got to be one of those games that we earmark for a win after the disappointment of the Kiel result. Which means that now I've put pressure on the game. We're going to lose like 4-0. So Rich says there's an article in The Athletic about the Club World Cup I need to read, but I often listen to the World Football phone-in on BBC 5 Live. Club World Cup, even in old format, is taken very seriously outside of Europe. The dangers of Eurocentrism. Indeed. I genuinely love the concept of the Club World Cup. I think it's a bit of a shame that it's been moved to the summer. I feel that there was something, I quite liked it being, from a European perspective, I liked it being in that winter spot because it kind of meant that you had to take it seriously. It was your players are in the middle of their season, they're all up to full fitness. Whereas I'm a little worried that moving it to the summer, when European players are used to being off, is going to see like even less interest. Which would be a real shame because it should be a great competition. Teams that you will like European football, you're going to see Inter versus Bayern probably every season at some point, or Manchester City versus Real Madrid. But you're not going to see Chelsea versus Santos. Okay, definitely not. But you know what I mean. It's not a regular game. It's a really, really exciting opportunity. Right, we've got another game rescheduled for TV. Lots of games scheduled for TV. Oh no, only 3 so far. So I'm merely relieved it's the end of the week, says Greavesy. Indeed. Knight of Knee says he's not totally sure if you wrote the 5 correctly though. I'm going to claim that's the reason I didn't get it. It's all your fault, Knight of Knee. All your fault. Not at all. Jim Basis hasn't listened to the World Football phone-in ages. It was so good when I did though. I've got to confess something. I don't think I've listened to the radio in like 10 years. In fact, and even back then it was, well look, I don't drive, which is, it's a key component of that because I imagine if I did drive, I'd listen to it whilst driving quite a lot. And then, yeah, like being at home, just less of a pressing need. So Sternbring does have the fitness test pass, but he's only at good fitness, so Stefanov onto the bench. We could potentially, I feel like Abdullahi might be able to play as an advanced forward as well, because he is down as being better as a pressing forward on attack there. So it could be that we bring Sims on for Grasser and have the 2 big men up front. Do we do that, in fact? Do we do that now? They've got players like Udakai and Pfeffer. Yeah, why not give it a go? Why not give it a go? Go for a target forward and the pressing forward. Otherwise, I think we're good to go with that team. So on concept, it's great. Sadly, I think because of European money and globalization, it's potentially a mismatch. If this had happened in the 70s or early 80s, when top South American players played for the teams of that continent, it could have been amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. So DM Basis says, since working from home, I've started having the radio on more. Absolute 80s for the win. It's a great background to doing some painting. That's fair. Rich loves the radio. Sometimes prefer to listen to matches rather than watch, as I can do something else at the same time. That's perfectly fair. Like I'm very used to like having my like games on the laptop to the side of me, where I'm kind of not really paying full attention. So it's kind of like having the radio on. The commentary is essentially a prompt for when I need to look across and check out what's just happened. Yeah. Hands on. No, we can't hands on hips. Let's point the finger and tell them that I want to see you pick up from where you left off. This is our first home game of the season. So whilst I had some concerns based off the Kiel game, we haven't played at home, and that does make a reasonable amount of difference, or at least I expect it will. Up against another former player in Wilhelmsen, so hopefully you won't have a great game. Carbonik, their 40 million euro signing last season, on the attack initially is a great interception from Brooks. Right, Darabio, that's the end of the highlight. Marvellous stuff. Corner. So it looks like we might be... Chances from corners have been significant. Abdullahi wins the header into the hands of Schmidt. I feel like... So I did make a change. We are going for out-swinging near post corners with all of our other players at the far post. Because we only scored something like 2 goals from corners all of last season. So our far post attempt didn't work. All we've basically done is change where it's delivered to and made short corners more frequent. Asney with the cross to the far post. Brooks' header claimed once again by Schmidt. It does look like we've had quite a few chances from corners already in the first few games. So we might end up getting rid of that set piece change if it ends up being too effective. Adam says, I have an idea for Abdullahi's song. You'll DM me. Marvellous. I look forward to it. Right, Hlinson here, out wide to Asnu. Asnu, get the ball in the box, my lad. He can't. He plays it across to McNulty. Nurnberger feeds Brooks. Brooks has created space for Hlinson. Oh, Hlinson. It came to him quick. He got underneath it, over the bar. An encouraging start to the half. Brooks now carries the ball. It's him against the world. Hits the bar from distance. Brooks, what a strike. What a strike. Very encouraging start. Momentum certainly in our favour. We'll have a look at the positions as well in a moment. Here's Kone out to Carbonic. Carbonic driving forwards, finds Saltykov. Saltykov is a great name. Saltykov can't be stopped by Tosin. Digs out the cross to the far post, and that's gathered quite easily by Sahinovic. It's now a corner for Augsburg. Augsburg looks like they've maybe had a little shout that has riled them up, got them to play a little bit better in the last 5 minutes or so. Or maybe not, because that highlight was caught by Sahinovic, and now here's Pazarek. Finds Sims. Sims back to Darabio. He can't find anywhere to pass it to. Moves inside to Schmidt. Back to Darabio. We're moving backwards. Hopefully maybe bait that press a little. It's not coming though. Into Nurnberger. Nurnberger almost loses out to Kone, but it's okay. Clinton feeds it forwards. Nurnberger comes away. Nurnberger from distance shoots over. Let's pause. Let's work that ball into the box. That's quite a few shots from distance so far. And let's encourage players as well. So yeah, from a position point, we're definitely more entrenched in their half, but it's not that much difference. Brooks all the way back to Darabai. Here's Pazarek. Inside to Nurnberger. Nurnberger has to go to Schmidt. Look over to the left. Look over to the left. That's where we want the ball to Asnu. Asnu finds McNulty. McNulty's going on a little jaunt. Sends the cross in. Abdullahi with the header. Oh, he's hit the post. Oh, Abdullahi. Goat Badalai. Goat Badalai. Even. Yes. Brooks tries to find Nurnberger. Carbonic comes away with the ball. Carbonic now. One-on-one with Pazarek. Does his defensive job nicely. Darabaya move it across to Schmidt. Good lad. Look at Linson. Linson can drop. He can indeed. That's the pass. But he does go back immediately. We moved all the way back to the keeper. Darabaya on the ball once more. Can feed it. Here's Linson. Turns. Feeds Abdullahi. Back to McNulty. Out wide. Here's Asnu. Asnu skips inside. Feeds Nurnberger. Sims. Here's Linson. Linson. It's another save from Schmidt. Okay, we've done better since that shout, so that's something at least. Mean Wolf is in. Welcome in, my dude. How are you, sir? How's your week been? A corner easily cleared. Wilhelmsen's going to play it forwards, and there's no chance for the counter-attack. Quadmo was intrigued by Adam's suggestion. If I can put it into words, I'll share. If I have a mare, then it's best kept private. Fair enough. I am very intrigued now. Very, very intrigued. So we can see a lot of that players coming down the left with Asnu. Which is good because Asnu's been brilliant for us. We need to be taking some of these chances though. They actually only had one chance and then had that corner that led to our chance. We are hoping we can. Again, another half time. I'm not happy with you guys. They're not happy with Asnu either. Oh, Releja el Gegenpressing. Hola. Buenas noches. Welcome in. Lovely to see you, my guys. I hope you're doing well. We are currently in our first home game of the season. It's season 8. We finally got to some game time. And it's 0-0 at half-time against Augsburg. And we're a little bit shit. So welcome on in. Lovely to have you. How was the stream? What were you streaming today? Was it more of the... You said that you were leaving Temperley. But is it more of that save, or was this the other one that you're doing? Necrosis goes for Abdullah's song on Life is Life. La 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 la. I don't think I know what that is. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Mean Wolf says week was just like other ones. Happy it's the weekend tomorrow. 17 degrees in Netherlands. So beer and terraces. That sounds like a good weekend plan indeed. Sherbs is in. Welcome in, my dude. Yes, we left Templey, but let me explain. Do absolutely. Thank you very much for the follow, Q Dizzy P as well. Lovely to have you in. Right, so let's see. Increase the tempo once more. Go into that second half. We'll give it a little while. So I need to remind myself that whenever we go into the sub-screen, I'm actually happy with Asnu, despite his bad rating. And here he is again. Sends the cross in. Cleared by Bauer. Again, into the right area. Abdullah just couldn't quite get there. You think Abdullah la 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 la? I do. Mustermann is too young. Evidently. Oh, the Maradona keeping up song. Right, okay. Right, there we go. Right, Kone with a shot. Deflected wide. Behind for a corner. Are Augsburg about to sucker punch us? It's going to be Reshbekaj with the corner, sends it in to the far post. Pfeffer's the target. He can't get there. McNulty does his job. Brooks comes away with the ball. The counter-attack is on. We've got players forwards. Abdullah's touch is awful. Sims should have got there. Oh, it's just not clicking. Our players seem to be like that. We had like 5-on-3 and just right. Pfeffer back to Bauer. Bauer's going to play it across to Udakai. Udakai's going to fade it into Kabonic. Kabonic's pass first time to Saltykov. Saltykov nips in and Pazoic gets himself sent off. Oh dear. Oh, it's falling apart. So Meanwolf, at this moment, you're watching Breda versus Sparta. 1-0 to Sparta so far. Marvellous. Chark Alive, how do I get the stats next to the player kits in a match? With that, it's only available for Patreons. It's not part of the public release because it looks really, really, really shit at higher resolutions. I am looking at ways that I can incorporate it, but I haven't moved on to this set of pages yet. Right, so what do we do here? We're going for double change. It's Linson off. Guy to come on. Sims off and Grasser on. So you can become a pressing forward now. You can become an advanced forward. Let's play with more width. Let's hit those crosses in. So hopefully we can just get the players. We're not going to have the ball as much in these central areas. That's okay. I think that's what we're going to do. I think that is what we're going to do. So Adam says we've got similar ideas. I think I went with give it up. That I can see. Okay, I can see. Right, Saltykov with the free kick from distance. Oh, it's a great goal. It's a great goal. Nothing you can do about that. Saltykov with a direct free kick from best part of 30 yards. You see so few free kicks go in this version. Absolutely perfectly placed. Sahinovic at full stretch. I said it's important for us to win this game. You know what I haven't told you guys about? Was during off-season, we turned down interview offers from Dortmund, from Inter Milan and from Athletic Madrid. Are we going to regret that decision? Feels like it. Nürnberger with the corner. Outswinging. Abdullah's the target. Beaten in the air by Bauer. A guy gathers the pieces. Right, Brooks's yellow card means he's coming off now. Asner is coming off because he's tired. We're not used to playing with a back two, but I think that's what we're going to do. And in that situation, it's going to be a Darabio coming off. So let's do this, and it's going to be a Darabio off Bishitaki. Nürnberger can play as a box-to-box. We're going to drop you in between for build-up. And then it's going to be a shout. Let's demand some more. Let's see if we can grab something in the dying moments. I don't feel confident, but we have had a series of pot shots. We missed some big chances. It's going to be another disappointing result. Oh no! Elsia McNulty feeds it forward to Abdullah. Abdullah to Shitaki. Ho finds Grasser. Grasser's shot is saved by Schmidt. Oh, Schmidt! Was Augsburg a team we struggled against last season as well? I feel like I hated Schmidt last season. So Relay explains. You left Tempoli to come back to the Bundesliga. You mentioned that indeed. This to Werder Bremen, and we failed on it. Grasser!
Scoring like no tomorrow.
What a strike!
The goals are here.
Right, it's bad work from Bauer, but Grasser gets there. Okay, I thought he just drilled it low. It took a massive deflection. And the only way we're going to beat the keeper is through a massive deflection. So you decided with the sports director that we got to stay just a year more in Bremen or take another club in the Zweite Bundesliga because we have different minds on how to grow the Bremen project. That's fair enough. And also on the second part, we came back to Romania on another SD save and signed Cluj to qualify for the Conference League. Wow, that's incredible. 2 separate saves going at the same time, and great achievement. Great achievement. Robbed, I tell you. Robbed, I tell you. Sadikov with an absolutely incredible free kick. Down to 10 men. We showed great response to come back. But this isn't going as well as we would like, that's for sure. So even though we're down to 10, I'm expressing disappointment once more. That does give us our first point of the season. That's something at least. We are now without Pazarek, so he gets his fine as we expected. We're obviously not going to appeal against it. He lunged in 2-footed. Absolutely no qualms about that whatsoever. Right. Although we're obviously not going to give him that extra day's rest. He doesn't deserve that extra day's rest. All right, and let's remember to try and offer Skitter out again. There's a few teams, even if they're not all that keen. So let's for the volume, for the value at the moment. So let's suggest, let's do it ourselves. Say 6 million, and he's 28, so there's not going to be you're not expecting much from him in terms of resale value. But say about 10%, just a little bit on top. See if that gets anyone to bite. So David Doyle asks, how do you get the faces to show when you score? Is it an update to your fantastic skin? Nope, that's just the Bundesliga scoreboard. So David, in certain competitions, the game naturally comes with special scoreboards and special match day experiences. That's the Bundesliga one. That's part of the game. That's a nickname saying that the Zweite Bundesliga standings are insane at the moment. 3 points separate the first from sixth. I mean, that's got distance now, hasn't it? I mean, when it wasn't that long ago that there was like the top 11 teams were all within like a couple of games of each other. It was crazy, absolutely crazy. So Nick says only 7 games until an invincible run with Feyenoord in the first season will be my first ever. Oh, I'm hoping for you, Nick. I'm hoping for you. Dortmund and Atletico, beautiful clubs. Both great clubs. Both great clubs. So Kvez says you turned down Watford, which I found weird considering you joined Darmstadt. Why did you turn those clubs down? So it's all about where we are within the save. We only start when we left Mariehamn. It's because we'd been there 4 seasons. We just secured back-to-back titles. So it's around the right time for us to consider interviews from other teams. It seemed like a perfectly reasonable point where maybe we're starting to cast our eyes a little bit further up. Now with Darmstadt, we've been here 2.5 years. If we'd not qualified for Europe, I would absolutely be jumping at those opportunities. But we've got Darmstadt into Europe for the first ever time in their history. So it feels like we'd want to see out at least one more season. We'd want to experience that European adventure with them. We want to prove that we can kind of still be quite good in only the second season back in the Bundesliga. So yeah, narratively, it just doesn't feel right to jump ship at this particular point. Which essentially was the thinking behind it. Who would want to manage Watford? There is that other point. I mean, as someone who lived in Watford for 5 years, I don't want to go back there, not even virtually. We'll decline that. So Night of Knee says that Augsburg are new Ilves. So Augsburg, I'm certain we ended up playing out a really, really frustrating 0-0 draw with them last season. Yeah, we did. That game there, I'm sure we what was it, the other one? We beat them at their place. No, we beat them at our place. Did we miss a penalty then or something? No, they missed a penalty. We were just rubbish against them last time. What was the 0-0 draw that was really, really annoying last season? Union Berlin, the opening day of the season. Okay, there we go. Now I'm just going to assume that every game is a bad opposition for us. Now Mawsund is upset that he's not in the squad. Yeah, squad registration rules. You'd argue that you're at least as valuable as some of the players you chose to register. That's cool. I disagree with your argument, Yannick. I'm sorry to say, not going to change. I thought we got away with it as well. I thought we'd got away with it. We'd managed to register 21 and nobody kicked off initially. So Rich says, genuinely harsh, well-run club, community-based, high emphasis on proper development of youngsters, including making sure they're educated in case football doesn't work out for them, unless something has changed recently. I'm well-run club. Watford, the club that sack a manager every 6 months. I would have to disagree quite strongly on, like, the Pozzo era at Watford has been atrocious. Surely. What nationality is Grasser? He's Portuguese. So we signed him from Benfica? Braga. Now, last season, he's only got 1 goal in the league, but he did score a shit ton in European football. So he scored 10 goals in the equivalent of about 11 full games. 12 full games. About 1,050, 1,080 minutes that he played. So I've got high hopes. He was a cheap signing, 3 million euros. He's got good pace. Sorry, let me go back to him there. Good pace, good composure, good finishing. Seems like a pretty decent all-round player. He is a mercenary though, so I do expect that we're going to probably get to a point like every 6 months where he's asking for a new contract and wanting more money, and we might need to sell him very early on. So Sherb says they've been through managers at an astounding rate lately. Indeed. Plus Watford's a shithole. That's also fun. And Graham Taylor did a man who got a hard time unfairly. Like, Graham Taylor is, I think, why anyone would have a fondness for Watford. But beyond that, yeah. So yeah, Musterman and I are from just near there. He works in Watford. My dad supports them. It's a no from me. Indeed. Muster gives St Albans vibes. Do I now, Sherbs? Oi, oi, up the home counties. So yes, I was in St Albans until I was about 10, and then lived in London Coney for the rest of my childhood. So I am very much a St Albans lad. However, the council houses of St Albans. So not the nice bits. Definitely not the nice bits. And let me tell you, like, okay, granted, there are living in say the rough areas of St Albans is nowhere near as bad as living in the rough areas of any other city out there. But at the same time, when you're the only people in school that's not walking around with your bloody Gucci or some shit, it is very, very weird and disorienting. Kids didn't turn up to school with Gucci bags. That is an exaggeration. But a lot of them definitely had a silver spoon in their mouth. And a lot of them I still call friends and are lovely people as well, just to be clear. The Sherbs grew up 20 minutes away in Berkhamsted. Oh, right, okay. Sherbs is going very posh as well. Ooh. Loved it while I lived there, but now in your 20s, moved to London, need a bit more hustle and bustle. Yeah, okay, that's a fair thing. No one's ever going to talk about Berkhamsted being the most exciting place in the world, that's for sure. But it is very beautiful, very quaint. Rich, Man City mix has dispatched Liverpool in the quarterfinals. Penalties, decisive kicks from Ederson and Stones. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. Hertfordshire massive represent indeed. Oi, up the home counties. Arian Boz is in from Germany. Welcome in. Guten Abend, Arian. How are you? This fine evening? By the way, FM Tommy C, I do apologise. I missed the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. So Rich says, when I said well run, I did mean in context of long-term development behind the scenes. I consider well run in that sense. That's fair. Javits is from St Albans. What are the chances? Welcome in, Javits. How are you, sir? Whereabouts? So I should probably ask both Sherbs and Javits without wanting to give away too much personal details. So feel free to ignore the question entirely. But where did you guys go to school? Grasser should now be called Dinero. Right, we've got that redeemed. Let's do that for you. Set nickname. Dinero. Boom. Done. Grasser means grace in this context of a name, so could mean X for free if another context is in X de Grasser. Okay, yeah, all right. I mean, unfortunately, that message came through before I'd read that Nick wanted to change the name, so it is Dinero now. RJ, it must be annoying, that silver spoon in the mouth. From those I've met, they've made do with it regardless. They seem to have been quite fine with that situation. Right, so Pazarek isn't getting dropped for this game because he's not going to be available for the next league game. I want to keep Guy free for that. We will make a whole host of changes. Johan Hove will get his first start. Jelicic comes back in. We're going to bring Dinero back into the starting lineup, back as an advanced forward. Sims gets the start. Schifferl comes back in. Actually, both Schiffel and Wimmer come in. So Wimmer comes in the centre, Schiffel over on the right. Munganolti keeps his spot. Yeah, I think we're good with that. So Crodmo says, I mean, I went to school with a kid whose parents bought him a new Jeep when he passed his test. That is obscene. That is so obscene. Mean Wolf says, living in the rough side of Naples is a thing, talking only about Europe. Indeed. Crodmo, what are your address and bank details? Indeed. Sherbs went to Ashlin's and then secondary and then sixth form. That's quite nice. A copy of credit card too, indeed. Jabbits doesn't live there now, lives in the Bedford area. I went to primary at Boyne Lodge, went to secondary school in Harpenden. Now that's a Silver Spoon area. It is indeed. You were part of the council house massive yourself. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous stuff. That's what I like to hear. We need to represent. We are underrepresented in the St. Albans pantheon. So yeah, we hands on hips. We're favourites. I expect to see a good performance, and none of you care. Come on, lads, react. Oh, I missed it again. So, I mean, should probably respond to that question myself as well. So I was a Sandringham kid. So primary school was. Oh, what was primary school called? What was primary? It's changed names since. I can't remember the name of my primary school. That's awful. I can't believe that. I can't believe. How can I not remember? At secondary school, I went to Sandringham. So that was during the era. The comedian, the writer and star of the BBC Three sitcom, Uncle, Nick Helm was like 3 years above me, maybe 4 years above me, I think. So he was in quite a few school productions with Nick Helm. That's quite cool. And the Enter Shikari were the year beneath me. So Rob Rolfe, who I was very, very briefly in a band with, he turned up to one rehearsal and then left. What's his stage name? Rory is his stage name. But yeah, Liam was also the year beneath me. Crazy, small world. So Sherb says that used to have a bad rep at Ashlin's, but they really turned it around in the years before I was there. They had the highest state school IT spending in the country. That's crazy. So Rich has taught in 2 to 3 of those kind of schools, mixed elements, i.e. not Eton, but some were like that more. I remember one coming back with a Rolex. That is taking the mickey a little bit. Right, no. Standard big lead in a second leg thing where the other team plays quite well, but yeah, Norrköping have had a couple of chances now. Here's De Niro, gathers the ball. It's a good save from D'Agostino. Let's demand some more from them there. So Cromwell says, I don't think I've ever met so many people from Hertfordshire in my life, and I'm from there. Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Right, so Jabbits went to Roundwood. Okay, yeah. I live 10 minutes walk from there. That is indeed. Right, so do you know Dovedale Towers in Liverpool? I don't. I used to drink there in the early noughties. Young lad took it over, bought it for him. For everyone else's context, it's a huge building. How the other side live. Crazy, isn't it? Night of Knee. So calling Grassa dinero, money, compared to for free, de grassa. It's like calling Little John being 6'6". Gotta love an ironic name. You've got to love an ironic name. 5-1, the scariest scoreline. Absolutely. Rich prefers the Europa League music to the Champions League music. How are you? Well, you are in the right place. No one else seems to agree with me, but I am adamant that the Conference League and the Europa League tune is orders of magnitude better than the Champions League one. Right, Shiitake finds Hove. Hove's in behind. That's the goal. That is the goal.
The team will love the goals we drop to be part of the wave. Darmstadt winning under Mikel Artalo.
So Jabbit says he remembers the Enter Shikari concerts at the Pioneer. Oh, there's a memory. Now, do you remember them as Enter Shikari or as a hybrid in the very, very early days? Crazy stuff. Greavesy's a fan of the Conference League tune as well. Beautiful. Conference League massive. Cherbs goes for it too. See, I'm finally finding my people. When we were in the Conference League with IFK Mariham, people were talking about the Champions League theme being better. They would mock me for my love of the Conference League theme. Right, here come Norrköping. Kempinen sends it in. Ezeb with the equaliser. It's a lovely cross, a great header. A DM basis, as a Rangers fan, I have nothing but good things to say about the Europa League, Conference League theme. Have you settled down from last night's result yet? Because what an incredible result that was. Incredible. Rum and Hoves, indeed. GNG's a fan as well. Get this. I do love irony, says Knight of Knee. Crudmo played. Everyone in Hertfordshire has played a gig at the Pioneer, right? Crudmo, surely, like that's a rite of passage. Wishbone Ash played a gig at the Pioneer once back in the 70s. I think pre-Argus. Right. Now the game's treating it as if we're 6-2 up, which is what I hate about these team talks. So I want to say I'm not happy, but if I told a team that I'm not happy at 6-2, they wouldn't believe me. Don't get complacent. Don't get complacent is probably the best option we've got. So Jabbits, by sounds of it, you're a little younger than you, so was full Enter Shikari at that point. I actually went to see them about 15 years later at the Apollo in London. It was super weird. I can imagine. Yeah, so I'm 85. So I'm guessing from your username that there's about eight years difference between us. But yeah, like naturally been to see them live a couple of times, and it is a really weird experience. He looks good for 85, doesn't he? De Niro, there we go. I wasn't even paying attention.
Scoring like no tomorrow. Dumb stand. The goals are here.
Pazarek crossing to the far post. D'Agostino is diving backwards before the header's even been made. That's 2-1. Right, will Norrköping equalise once again? Building up from the back with Castellini. Kevin drifts inside, finds Gobo. Here's Ezeb. Gaboho is going to send it out wide to the left. It's Kevin once again. Kevin who scored the goal in the first leg. He makes Schiffel look a fool. Feeds Rack Saki. Saki sends it across and Rings shot. It's blocked. That's out for a corner. Immediately after conceding, how quick was their equaliser in the first half as well? Seems like the moment we score a goal, Norrköping come forwards. Ring sends it into the far post. Kevin beaten in the air. Cisse gets there. It's bouncing around. Come on, lads. This is shocking. Hugh Janssen sends it in. Ring is the target. Sahinovic claims. Calm down now. 7 minutes. So it wasn't an immediate response last time out, but we are going to make some changes. We're going to go attacking into this second half. And the changes that we're going to make, Ellis Sims is going to come off. Both Abdullahi and Stenbering are coming on. Yeah, both of them on. Let's see if they can get some goals. Dessers marked the goal. He really did. What a game from Dessers. No, still pissed off about those two disallowed goals. It should have been 5-1. I mean, but you've got home advantage as well now. Surely we've got to be good. He looks good for 85. I was about to say it as well. Very good. Bit younger than Mustard. A lot younger than Crudmo. Everyone's a lot younger than Crudmo. Cross to the far post. Garcia McNulty into the side netting. Oh, bloody good. I need your plastic surgeon's number for 85. I mean, yeah, Jesus. Probably the beard again. If he shaves, I'm sure he looks 85. It's the other way round. If I shave, I'll look 12. And that's the real reason I won't. There's not a hope I will ever look young again. Right, here come the changes. It's going to be Bernchon, and Guy will come on for the last few moments because Pazarek is absolutely exhausted. I don't see a need to make all 5 subs in this game, so that should keep us okay. Right, Kevin with the corner. A late equaliser would be nice for Norrköping. They've just been dumped out of the Europa League. They're about to be dumped out of the Conference League as well. So, you know, I can't begrudge them an equaliser, even if I'm very, very annoyed at how fragile we are defensively this season. If he shaved, he'd look like an egg. That's the worst thing you can say to me. You know how I feel about eggs. Get rid of you'd need to shave everything, including the eyebrows. Absolutely. So Dan Basie says, yeah, on a more serious note, I'm overjoyed with the result. It just shows our problem, though. Domestically, we're just unable to play against teams that park the bus. But it's a struggle for good teams everywhere. I'm like, a lot of teams struggle to break down teams that defend deep. Like it's a huge thing ultimately. Yeah, we're through. We've made the Conference League proper. That's not how you handle a 2-leg tie. But the game thinks it's 7-3, so I've got to be positive here. Aston Villa needed extra time to make it through against Wolfsberger. Mariehamn have been knocked out by Basel. Aberdeen are through at the expense of Cluj. Derry City put up a good fight against Dynamo Kiev. Offie beating Hajduk Split, that feels like it's upset territory. Lausanne-Sport almost beating Sassuolo. Are there any upsets in here? Typical, as we talk about it, Odense Bold Club have knocked out Rangers. Any others there? NEC comfortably through. Wien beat Jelena. New Saints knocking out, like, Breidablik aren't necessarily a great team. That's the Champions path. But New Saints making it through to the Conference League proper is quite cool. Ljubljana knocking out FCSB. That's a pretty cracking result as well. So we get 3 million for that. That's quite nice. Our games are going to be against NEC. They're in the 4th tier, the 4th rank. Ghent, 2nd. Ferencváros are 1st. Astana, Suceska Nikšić, and St. Gallen. That's not bad. That's not a bad little draw for us, really. Ferencváros being the best team in that lot on ranking. I mean, Ghent and NEC are going to be tough games. Got to be quite happy with that. Right, oh, okay. There's an ad coming in about 10 seconds. I'm going to go for a break. I'll see you in about 3 minutes. Bye. Right, we're back. And RJ has redeemed a mini game, so let's play another round of bingo. For those that weren't here earlier, I'll explain how it works. Everybody gets a unique bingo card. On that card, you'll have 16 squares. Those squares will include football clubs, or nationalities, or records like top goal scorer in a league, or competitions that they might have won. We will all then receive the same list of 60 players, one after the other. Pardon me again. Your job is to identify which square they belong to. Not every player will belong to a square. You get 10 seconds to choose your square or skip. If you will also get some players who will maybe meet more than one criteria. When you lock in a square, you can't undo it. So if you have a player, let's say you have Sergio Aguero, and both Atletico Madrid and Man City are on your bingo card. If you put him in Man City, that is Man City chosen for the rest of the game. You don't know what the future players are going to be that are coming up, so it's ultimately down to luck and a bit of a guess. So we'll see how it gets on. We'll keep this up for a couple of minutes, give people a chance to join. You will see there's a pinned comment at the top of chat there. That will take you through to the game. Or you can go to playfootball.games and then go to bingo and enter the room code that appears on the screen there. Now, Sir Crodmo's talking about being ID'd. I still dine out on the fact that what is it now? Must be like 10 years ago. I was ID'd in Tesco to buy vanilla essence. That was the last time I was ID'd, to be fair, and it was a bit weird. Sherb still gets ID'd, but that's because he's 21. Oh, to be 21 again. Oh, absolutely. Maybe a little older. Maybe like around 25 would be nice. Lumi's in. Welcome in, Lumi. How you doing? Lovely to see you. So Sherb says this is going to go badly. RJ's going to try to play this time. Not random at all. This is the joy. There's plenty of us who are going to be rubbish at it. I got quite lucky last time out, and still didn't get bingo. But generally speaking, I suck at this game. And this will go. So for those that like to play the mini games regularly, this does go towards the points. So the person that finishes in first will get 5 points. Second will get 4 points. Third, and so on. You get the way it works. Vanilla essence, la-di-da. I know. It wasn't even for me. It was for the pub I was working at the time. We needed it for a dessert. Making vanilla a strawberry shortcake. On another note, what the fuck were you ID'd for a vanilla essence? It's got alcohol in it. Crazy, absolutely crazy. I still was baffled by the whole situation. Funnily enough, I did not have ID on me because I was like 30 and beard and this face. I hadn't been ID'd for a very, very long time. So I was a bit taken aback, a bit surprised. Had to run all the way back to the bar, restaurant, get my ID, come back again. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Right, cool. So we've just ticked on over, so we're going to start the game now. So good luck, everyone. Zerajal says, sorry in advance, I'll be slow again. No harm in being slow. It's a good way to approach it. Take your time. Well, you get 10 seconds per player. Use it. And so I'm going to be quite slow. We all get the same list, so I don't want you seeing ahead. So Jonathan Tarr will wait all the way until it comes down, and I missed it. I waited too long. Oh, what a shocking mistake there. You should really be paying a bit more. Well, I'm going to pay attention now. Oleg Luzhny. Has he met any of these? I'm not sure. Right, fourth person up is Alessandro Costacurta. There were no Italian teams in my list. What did they win whilst he was playing? And another, Gianluigi Donnarumma. Now with PSG, I don't think he's won anything particularly notable out of these. Roberto Baggio. Lots of Italian players coming through now. Right, Roberto Baggio missed the penalty in the World Cup, so I won't go for that one. Ricardo, it's all Italian players. What on earth is going on? Have I accidentally clicked an Italian game specifically? No, there we go. Jeremy Menez. I am completely at a loss with all of these coming through so far. I do know about Gabriel Jesus, though. This is going to be an easy one to play. Lumi's just clicked on all the boxes, lol. I mean, that's the thing. Use the skip if you're not sure. Anthony Modeste. He's played for a lot of teams. Good chance he's been managed by Conte with the amount of teams he's played for. Following Balogun. Currently playing in France. I don't think any of those meet. Another Italian, Leonardo Spinazzola, Roma player. UEFA Cup, Copa America, none of those. More Italians, Nicola Zaniolo. Has he played for any of these teams? It's been managed by Conte. Stefan Al-Sharawi. Sharawi. Won't have won the World Cup. Might have won the UEFA Cup. No, didn't win the World Cup. The Roma lost that, didn't they? Rick Karsdorp. There we go. He's Dutch. We've got an answer. Maxi Rodriguez. We've got 3 answers. Laurent Koscielny, French, played for Arsenal. Doubt he was in a World Cup squad that won anything. Fernando Redondo. Has he won the UEFA Cup? Could have won the UEFA Cup. Oh, would have won the Copa America, surely. Surely would have won the Copa America at some point. João Cancelo. Was he at Bayern at the same time as Robben? I don't know. Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney's definitely won the Copa America. Definitely won the World Cup as well. Definitely Brazilian. Having a shocking time here. Chicharito. Mexican. I know who Emi Martinez is. He's won the World Cup. Yay, we got one. Palacios. Any German teams? Has he played at Leipzig? I don't know if he's played at Leipzig, so I'm going to leave that one. Connor Bradley. Skip that one. Dea Tupamecano. Too late to be with Robben, surely. He might have been a Leipzig guy, though, I'm afraid. Stam's definitely played with Robben. Go with that there. Desai. Is Desai a boss? I don't know. I'm losing my mind. I am completely lost now. Right, Simao. There's a classic player. Let's say that he won the UEFA Cup. Kerbal. German. Stekelenburg has been at Ajax. Asmir Begovic, quite famously, is Brazilian. As is said, Kolasinac. Pedro Neto. Not feeling good about any of these. Same with Ruben Neves. We're now in the Portuguese section. Jan Oblak. Who was he playing for before Athletic? I don't know. I just don't know. Benjamin Šeško. There we go. There's one we can get. Sadio Mane. Has he played for any of those teams? Was he at PSV? Probably was. Edouard Mendy we're going to skip. Jurrien Timber. PSV. Thomas Vermaelen. Or was he at Tottenham in Conte era? Quite possibly. Marco Reus, we're going to skip on that one. Manuel Akanji. Passing there. Paul Gascoigne. Brazilian. Naturally, Paul Gascoigne was Brazilian. Nucadinha played for Barca. Fabian Barthez. Passing there. Willy Sagnol. Wataru Endo. I know he's in Germany. I don't know if he ever played in Netherlands. Colo Torre. I'm not liking this selection at all. Sergio Romero. Was he ever in goal for... Did he win the Copa America? Let's say he was in goal for Kluivert, Dutch, Maicon, Brazilian, Andreas Christensen. He could have been at Chelsea at that time, to be fair. Henrik Larsson won't have been at either of those. Alvaro Morata, Michael Owen, Nicolas Anelka, Ronaldo, Copa America, Lionel Messi, Gianluca Villar. But nope, we've got one left, so we'll go to the last one. Was Diego Maradona managed by Conte? 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's more like it. That is much more like it. We have no bingo, sadly. Oh, but fantastic work there. Jeff Badman, El Norby, just one off. They got 15 correct. Incredible work, guys. Then Kolo Muani Muse comes in third, joint with Quadmo. And then Necrosis and Coritiba, joint fifth. Beautiful stuff. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. DM Basis thought you did awful there, but ended up relatively middle of the road. Pretty solid indeed. Coritiba always misclicks. The timer throws me off. The timer, it does, doesn't it? Sherb's got 8. That's not bad. That's not bad, man. Cronmo claiming that he's fucked up. Look at these guys claiming that they messed up and doing well. Typical. Vermeulen Barca. There we go. Much better than last time, El Norby. Much, much better than last time. Much, much better. This one was hard, says Nick. So many Italian players. So many. El Norby, who the fuck played for Benitez? I can't even remember who the players were that were there. It's really, really, really interesting. Who is Jeff Badman? Jeff Badman was in chat the other day. Jeff Badman is the username as well. Well done, guys. Fabulous stuff. So let's head on over. After that wonderful skill of football knowledge, let's now head into us getting absolutely destroyed by Borussia Dortmund. This is going to go well. This is going to go very, very well. So Duracell's in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Hi there, Mr. Musterman. It's a pleasure to watch your videos. It's so refreshing. The care, the love you put into them, it's amazing. You can feel it in every sound effect, visual effect, the slow yet pleasurable and friendly pace, and all this into a platform where its audience tend to be younger and want everything as fast as possible. 30-second videos. Perfection. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. I mean, obviously a large part of the reason why I wanted to make videos to begin with was to kind of... There are many brilliant FM creators out there, just to be clear. Many that do a similar thing as well. But I did find it very difficult to find something at a slightly gentler pace.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, and the subscription. With your Prime, you only get one of those as well. The fact you've chosen to use it here, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much, my dude. Yeah, so I've always wanted to try and do something a little bit more catered to my taste. You know, something a little bit gentler, a little bit slower, a little bit more time and thought about how the game is presented. Because let's face it, Football Manager isn't a pretty game by any stretch of the imagination, and trying to make videos when what you've mainly got is text, lots and lots of text. Right, an offer to Dustin Forkle. We asked the intermediaries to deal with it. 185k. We're going to make a loss on him. I think we signed him for about 200k indeed. But that's all right. He's not going to be part of the team whatsoever. So there we go. Lestry's in. Good morning, Lestry. How are you, sir? That's a painful time to join the stream. Yes, indeed. Coritiba, so your beloved club is so bad you've organised 5 different protests for Sundays. See, even the fans are disorganised. You can't work out where to.
It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, GNG, what a gentleman. That's a 1-month gift subscription to Coritiba. You absolute star. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, so the club the fans can't even coordinate protests to be the same. Although that's got to be like, are you going to the game, Coatiba? Are you going to? Because like going to the game, that must be an incredible experience to see like 5 different protests going off. Also, they're all happening one after the another as well. It's like a firework display. Protest. Sounds incredible. Sounds amazing. So El Norby says that was my one mistake. Played for Benitez. That's not a bad mistake to have at all. Then basically says, oh my god, you've just noticed that animation. You see, there's a reason we made some changes to the layout here. We have one for followers as well. I don't know why it doesn't work. An Andy Gray one, but it just doesn't trigger for some reason. And we're going to have one for raids too. Eunice is in. Welcome in, my dude. Good evening. Finally joined a dream since the start of Ramadan. Did you miss something big? We qualified for Europe, Eunice. We at the end of last season we finished 7th. We've just actually made the Conference League proper just now. We beat IFK Norrköping 7-3 on aggregate, although that was a 2-2 draw at home in the most recent game. And we haven't won a game in the league so far this season. We've played 2 games, an away game against Holstein Kiel that we lost, a home game against Augsburg that we drew 1-1, but we were down to 10 men. Now,
it's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Oh, Lestry, you star. What a darling. That's a 1-month tier subscription to 1-month tier 1 sub to Eunice Gaming. What a gentleman you are. What a gentleman. Absolute blinder. So yeah, our 3rd game is going to be away against Borussia Dortmund. So you've chosen a very, very good time to turn up. We're about to get thumped. Absolutely torn to shreds. So how was like the end of Ramadan? How was the final iftar? I hope you've had a fabulous celebration. Whilst I am not a man of religious persuasion, I can't help but admire the dedication that goes into Ramadan, like especially if you're not even drinking water. Like to manage that, to then squeeze all your eating into the hours of darkness, and then still have energy to carry on the next day. I can barely go 5 minutes without eating. So that would be one hell of a feat. So let's see, Lestry, as much as I love the animation, I do miss you miming that out of sync. It's the perfect solution, right? You don't you don't see the latency take hold. It's almost like that was the plan. Cool as that animation. I'm so proud of it. I've got to be honest. So yeah, RJ says it's cool. You can protest to all of them. Exactly. Take part in all of them. Someone tell him, for God's sake. You tell me. You tell me. So Koratib says banners, a march, silence during the game, more banners, and walking out during half time to finish the activities. Surely there needs to be a 6th protest outside the ground after you've walked out at half time. Feels like a missed opportunity. So RJ, we're going to be relegated. Maybe we are. Maybe we are. Look at that. We're in 16th. And as we know, right, so it's now Seb Hernis. Seb Hernis is the manager. Marco Rosa took over at Manchester United. I know that because obviously we got offered an interview. Seb Hernis is now in charge, and it looks like they're going to be playing a 4-2-4. Or not. Maybe it's that says 4-2-3-1, but that says 4-2-4. If it's a 4-2-4, we're boned. There is no hope for us whatsoever. If it's a 4-2-3-1, I feel like we might have a chance. That's the squad. I did do that whilst we're in the break. Let's see how it goes. This could be quite painful. It could be quite painful. So Heroes in, welcome in. Yes, mate. Is this a Moneyball save, mate, or what? So we certainly apply Moneyball principles with some of our signings, but as with most of the saves I do, we like to follow the narrative. So, you know, if it feels right for us to spend big on a high-profile player as we're looking to build our reputation, that might happen. We don't have to stick rigidly to anything. So if you, let me do a lovely little thing here. I assume that I've got it set up correct because I do switch between two saves at the moment. So does that work? It does indeed. So that's where we are. This is season 8 now, Hero. So it's just the beginning of season 8. We've been at Darmstadt for 2.5 years. They were in the Zweite Bundesliga when we took over. We got them promoted. We then secured football, European football at the end of our first season in charge. And now we're here, hopefully not getting relegated. Right, nobody expects anything from us. There we go. That's me. And thank you very much for the follow, Hero. Welcome on into Twitch. I don't know if you caught that. I did respond to your comment over on YouTube. But in case you do, let me know if you missed it because you're moving over to Twitch. More than happy to explain once again. Because anything that I can do over the next 10 minutes to avoid watching us get absolutely thumped by Dortmund is probably going to be a good thing. So Una says the first days were hard, but then we get used to it, especially when everybody around you is fasting too. Today was the 7th day, 23 days left. 23 days left. Incredible. Good luck with it all. Kawatiba, yes, the sixth protest even, is slashing the team bus tyres. Oh no. Two games running. That is our second red card in as many league games. Our new right back, Lucas Pazarek, was sent off in the last game. Now our new signing, Johan Hove, has got himself sent off. 15. Now, I get it. I wouldn't want to play anymore against Dortmund. I'd like to get off the pitch as soon as I possibly can. Right, De Niro is going to be the one to make way. Abdullahi is going to play as a pressing forward on attack ahead of the striker there. So we've got two players in that middle channel. Look at that team. Nelson Wiper, Hakanana Haraldsson. Okay, it's not that good, is it? Just two players in particular that look quite good. Right, I trust you. That is an issue we haven't had to deal with. We're not even on hard tackling, are we? I can't remember if we got a red card last season at all, thinking about it. So now 2 in as many games. What a shame. Right, here comes Wiper. Wiper is going to try and get the ball in. He can't. Here's Pacho. And the great space. It's a good block from Guy. Guy with a vital block behind for a corner. The corner will be taken by Haraldsson. An outswinger. Aimed for that near post. Pacho is beaten in the air. Asnu gets there and we've got a chance to come away with the ball. Relieve a little bit of pressure. So we're starting to see them get a bit of momentum now. We started off all right. It's another corner. This is Haraldsson to the edge of the area. Rios, somebody close him down. Nobody closed him down. Nobody made an effort. I wish there was a, please guys, rush out of the box as soon as you realise that the corner isn't going into the box option. To the edge of the box. Just standing there. Just standing there, Adarabai. Standing there, guys. Standing there, Abdullahi. Boo! Boo! This is unfair. FMG&G, there should be a 7th protest about there being too many protests. 100%. 100%. So have you made a dad joke when your striker cash in a goal, his name meaning cash? No. Dinero. So Dinero's name has been just changed, Duracell. There was a rename a new gen option. So Nick Rosis. It was Nick. It was you, Nick, or was it Bill? It was Nick. It was Nick, renamed in Dinero specifically for it. His name is actually Grasa. Viper in behind. Stehinovic stays. I was going to say stands tall, but he clearly moved down and chests it behind. So Johan Hove, no run for you. It's no yo ho ho at all. Lack of discipline seems that way. The players are not scared enough of their coach. It's clearly not handling the pressure. It's all just falling apart. Right, Dade. It's pushed over by Stehinovic. I mean, I think we got a draw away against Dortmund last season and were destroyed 6-0 at home. So this might be technically this is a worse result than last season. But also, it was our 3rd game of last season when we played them at home. Not again. A single player on the edge of the area isn't probably going to make enough difference. Because, yeah, look, they just send another player forwards now. Right, sends into the near post. It's just about survival now. We've not got any designs on winning this game. But we're still going to say, I'm unhappy. We are going to play more direct. We are no-nonsencing you guys. Send the ball forwards to Abdullahi. And just hope. That's the end of the stream. Indeed, DM Basis. Indeed. So the beard is too kindly. I lure them into a sense of calm, but not Johan Hove, evidently. It's the wild staring eyes. Yes, that was it, because you thought he was in for the money. Alberto Torres, 2-0. It's another set piece. Pacho's down injured. Oh, is this just a normal save then moving about? And what made you start in Finland? So Hero, it is just a normal save. The reason I put it out to a vote to the community in Discord and on Twitter and on YouTube. We had 3 choices, basically. A series of different sets of different kinds of saves to do. And one of those options was Finland with IFK Mariehamn. Mariehamn is a place I've been to. It's quite interesting in that it's an autonomous region of Finland. It's an archipelago off the mainland. They speak Swedish as their primary language. And it's just somewhere kind of interesting to go. Started there, and yeah, we just see what the narrative brings. We spent 4 years in Finland, won the league back to back, felt like it was the right time to make a move. We wanted to stay, like, not move too far geographically. It felt right that like Germany or elsewhere in Scandinavia would have made some sense. And then we got the job in the 2nd division with Darmstadt. So Raper in behind, Wiper, and that's offside. That is clearly offside. Is it? I thought it was clearly offside. It is clearly offside. I mean, I'll be honest, I've given up on this. I'm not even that worried about, like, if we lose 6-0 again. Like, our chances against a 4-2-4 was always going to be remarkably difficult, let alone with 10 men. Okay, I should probably try, right? I should probably try. So how about we're going to pop Asnu out onto the right, Brooks on the left, Guy is going to come off, and we're going to go with a double defensive midfielder, both asked to stay. So we're not going to overcommit. We're going to keep these guys both basically doing the same thing. 4-2-4. In fact, Shiitake is on the right, so let's get him to pay attention to Andre Garcia on the left. Let's tell Nürnberger he's on the left, so he's facing up against the right. Rios, that does mean we vacate the middle a little bit defensively. That's fine. We're going to ask both of these guys to invert an attack from deep. Linson is going to come off, and we're going with our two big men up front. Everyone's on no nonsense. Play our defences off. Hit early crosses. More width. And counter. Going to take counter press off, but we are going to there's no point in pushing the line of engagement up because there's just two guys up there. There we go, we'll do that. Maybe we could nick a goal if we're lucky. So Rich says a question. How many people make 3 tactics prepped? 1 as standard, 1 if you need a chaser game, apply pressure, and 1 if you need to sit off and defend. A good question. I'd love to hear what guys have to say. For me, generally speaking, I don't currently, but I usually have all three spots filled. But the amount of tweaks I make game to game means that by the time I need to use one of those other slots, everything else has changed. So, yeah, tends not to be useful for me personally. So how do we feel about a 4-3-3 with 2 DMs? Seems perfectly reasonable. I think the double DM is a very good way of protecting the central areas defensively, so makes sense. I do feel like if you're doing that, you really need both your fullbacks pushing forwards. Celestri went to the supermarket to pick up some milk and a red card happened. My oh my, sack the coach. Indeed. So Rich says, as with all things, depends on your roles. I've done it with a prior Dortmund side. Bellingham as a Segundo Volante attack worked well. There we go. Right, a late corner. Nürnberger is going to take it out swinging. Come on, a late goal. Make us feel good. It's easily cleared, and here comes Viper. It's gonna be a late goal. Unfortunately, it's gonna be for Dortmund. Bertrand finds it in. Andre Garcia's in behind, hits the post. Adarabayo clears. 2-0's a great result given the circumstances. Schmidt into Nürnberger. Finds Shiitake. Shiitake out to Asnu. Asnu cuts inside. Asnu takes aim. Just not quite there. High and wide. But we've had some shots, so that's something at least. Brooks into Abdullahi. Brooks is back again. Darabai. That's the long balls that we need to see more of. We didn't win the long ball, that's fine. But at least we sent it forwards. Hartman, plenty of time on the ball. We can't be chasing them particularly, so we have to drop back into that low block. We could have done a better job of actually dropping into it rather than even like pretending to engage as Bukert comes forwards. Plays it back into Fonseca. Behrendt now. Should have had an assist. Pacho plays it out wide to Hartman. Hartman coming forwards. They've got the overload on the left. Hartman sends it in. Wiper. 2-0's a good result. As I said, 2-0 is a really good result. We should be really, really proud of keeping it down to 2-0. Oh well. So Heroes just done an Atlanta save, won the league, Champions League, and Super Cup in your 3rd season. Awesome. Want either to move or start a new one? Any recommendations? Now, I've always found it a little bit odd that people will achieve something with one club in Football Manager and then start a new save. I mean, it's a brilliant achievement, but you're only 3 seasons in. Surely you want to prove that
It's
you
not the
can...
statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Mr. Teeny. Mr. Teeny, what a gentleman you are, sir. Thank you very much for the resubscription for 2 months. What a star. Yeah, so like, do it again. Repeat it. Prove yourself in Italy. Do it again. And then move on to another country and show that you're able to do it in multiple countries with the same style. Right, okay, again, given the circumstances, 3-0 is not a bad result. But, oh, that was frustrating. Still a smaller loss than last season. Exactly. Although we drew with them away from home last season. So there we are. Just the 1 point from 3 games. We didn't expect to get any points from that game. That's going to be confirmed. There we go. Right, our next game is home against Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen are worse than us. They haven't picked up any points yet. So you know what's going to happen. You know what's coming. Right, everyone gets a rest apart from... Well, De Niro came off early, so Hove and De Niro don't get a rest. Right, now, I assume that Pazarek's going to end up with an additional ban. Which means it's going to be Bernch on the bench. Maybe Pazarek ends up coming in. If he's not banned for an extra game, that'd be brilliant. But I very much doubt it. So Mr. Teeny, thanks for the help the other day. No worries at all, my dude. Got it, the workaround working. Hope all is well. Oh, that's brilliant to hear. That is absolutely awesome. What was the workaround? So, Hero, you reckon do another year? But I've won the lot? Like, I mean, what do you think? I mean, so did Pep leave Man City after he won the lot? Did Alex Ferguson leave Man United when he won the treble? Like, prove that you can do it again. Otherwise, it's just luck. I mean, it's probably even worse than luck. It's probably they had. I'm winding you up here. I'm joking. Yeah, like how many managers in real life quit after 3 seasons because they had a good season? It'd be madness to do that. So why not build that reputation, prove that you can repeat the feat, make sure that you cement yourself as a legend, then prove yourself in another division. Right, we're not going to take part in transfer deadline day, but we are going to see if we can get him shifted. No. Right, let's take the unavailable for loan bit off and let's head in a little bit further. So pretty good, thanks yourself. I'm doing marvelous. Oh, that was asking to Rich. All right, okay. Yeah, I don't care. I'm joking. So the Krez, does Bernch have a bunch of bench appearances? He does. But the Bernch bunch. Don't make it non-negotiable. I might consider it if there was some, but if I could push you up, then there might be some consideration. I don't know who we'd look to bring in because we've obviously loaned out Hu Yin. Elections on the horizon. Forkle. He ended up doing Forkle, so he's been sold. Right, so Eunice says, if I were in your place, I'd stay and build my legacy with Atlanta. Eunice gets it. So the development club, you found the development club flag ID. Beautiful. 1986-87 will now have over 100,000 youth players. That is incredible. That is ridiculous. You are a genius, sir. Absolute genius. Right, Nicholas Sauter was a player we signed on a free. His contract's expiring at the end of the season. So he doesn't have a long-term future. but they will need to offer me considerably more money if they want to buy him. I will take 450 and 10%. Cool, that's okay. We've got youth goalkeepers that can be our third choice. We signed Highland for this season for a reason, so that works out okay for us. Has there been the reserves message? I think I need to do that before it gets too late. So Rich says, I get your thing though. A problem with FM at present is a lack of AI squad building. It's no challenge once you get to a point. To an extent, I find that unless you're someone who's going to buy 700 players immediately when you move to a new club, like the process of building a new squad takes a while. So for you to get your squad up to a reasonable level can be a challenge, because when you eventually move, you've then got to deal with the aftermath of the AI squad building, which is why I think like you prove yourself in Atlanta, you repeat the process, and then you move to a different league. So we'll do maybe another season or two. Thanks. Definitely do it. So Eunice, hey Muster, is giving players rest after games more beneficial than just schedule recovery and rest sessions? So it gives them an extra day's rest, Eunice. And it's only for... So they still come in for the recovery sessions. First things up is they come in for recovery sessions. So I can't remember if it says it here. I can't remember. Somewhere in the game it will tell you that they come in for recovery sessions and other non-pitch work. So they'll come in for team bonding and match reviews and things like that. But giving them a rest after the game will also give them a rest on this day. So it does help them get back into fitness a little bit quicker, takes a little bit of the workload off, whilst allows all those players that have otherwise played games to come in and train. Right, Souter's gone. Beautiful stuff. So Rich, you spoke with Mad as well to make Sunderland realistic, with the utter shit show we were at the time. Right, we've got the bids coming in for Skitter. Any of them with optional fee if they stay up, fee if they qualify for the Europa League, paying most of his wages, a little bit on top as well. I'm happy to accept that one. I don't like that. That's a no. 20% wages and 5.5 million future fee. That's a definite no. And that's underneath as well. It's 0% wages. Absolutely not. Mousehand, you might not be registered for Europe, but you are still part of our rotation here. Sure, I can accept that value. Sure, fuck it. I'm telling you that if you want to agree to 15.5 million, we'll agree at 15.5 million, despite me clearly being willing to sell you for less. I keep on forgetting about the reserve game. Here we go. First team players available. Mousen to play. Jens Halen to play. Stefanov. I don't know what the situation is with Pazarek. I haven't seen him get an extended ban. So just the two other players that need fitness. Jelicic can play 60 minutes. Stenbring can play 60 minutes. And actually, yeah, Hove can, because we know that he's going to be suspended for the next game, so he can play a little bit there as well. Transfer window's closed. Skitter rejected Midtjylland. That's your own fault now. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely no way are you coming in with a bid. You've had all transfer window. Coming in with a bid at 7:15. Absolutely not. Eunice has suggested the new match engine mod be something different. That's a fair suggestion as well. Qualmo suggests tell Mad to make Everton the best team in the world, as they were. No, actually, let's humour you. Let's humour you. Yes. Mr. Teeny says you've seen them. You will not be disappointed. See, that's my problem, really. It's because it's when Villa weren't particularly good. So we should definitely have a 1981 season database at some point. Right, this is the Conference League. We register Halen. Yeah, it's Halen comes in. That's cool. Yep. Squad registration here was all good. We're going to get asked this. Is Mousen going to throw his toys out the pram as well again? And does this happen every single time that they ask us whether we want to change players in our registration? Because that would get annoying. So Hero says, I like the process of getting a team, getting it developed and everything, or surviving relegation and building. That's fair. Whoa, let's have less of this Liverpool talk. It's a family show. You've got to accept it that Liverpool have been good. Right, Leicester is off for a full day of cricket. Oh, marvellous. Have a wonderful day, my dude. GNG wants to know, has Dylan Chambos won a Ballon d'Or? I think he came third one year. He's got to have been retired by now, right? Nope, he's still going. Age 33, with the silly little image of him as well. Currently at Vojvodina. That's where we sold him to for 195,000 euros. He's still starting regularly. He's yet to match his first season with us. 5 goals, 5 assists. Came close in 27-28 season with 3 goals and 5 assists. But yeah, by and large, it looks like he's starting to struggle now. Bless him. Right, so Rich is saying, it makes the idea of creating a dynasty less interesting as no one challenges you, which I find difficult as I like to stay at one club and develop it, but I want someone to fight me. I mean, I've had some great fights with teams down. Again, probably after I've looked to rejuvenate the teams. So I've certainly had saves in the past. I think I might be talking back now here around FM24, to be honest. But a save with Wolfsburg where got ourselves into a dominant position, and then after 4 or 5 seasons of winning, it was time to kind of rebuild, ready for the next generation, and then you bring it back, and it's a couple of years of struggle because you're essentially moving on, making a lot of change at a time, but also I don't use attributes, so I'm probably bringing in worse quality players to begin with, which probably makes more of an artificial challenge in that respect. So yeah, it does. It might sometimes it might take you handcuffing yourself to be in the right situation, and that might not necessarily be what you want to do. So that's fair. That is absolutely fair. So Hero says, I'm challenged at the moment, very difficult. I require other teams to drop off in my best season. I'll do another, and if I win, I'll probably go and do another. That makes sense. Rich would specifically like to see a 1973-74 database. Absolutely. It's all about very, very specific seasons for completely and utterly unbiased reasons. Right, Leicester top scored last week, which is an embarrassment for every other batter in the club, so pressure is off me. Well, surely the pressure is on now. Surely the pressure is on now that you've done it. They'll be expecting it game after game after game, right? DM Basis says it's a double-edged sword at times though, isn't it? I get that the AI isn't great at squad building, but as players we have so many tools at our disposal that it's hard to not become dominant unless you start to put restrictions on yourself. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I also think I don't make video games. That's for a very, very good reason. Because things like AI squad building, genuinely, if I was trying to consider how you'd build that, I genuinely don't know, because you need to have a process that identifies the strengths and weaknesses in a way that can then identify also that actually you could bring someone in and change things around entirely, and there's so many variables and permutations, and bringing through players and making sure that the thresholds that make the AI do a certain thing doesn't result in really, really weird shit happening. Like you could say, if a 19-year-old has CA of 115, play them in cup matches, but you might then end up in a situation where a team that prioritizes a cup is fielding youngsters and getting knocked out, which leads to the manager getting sacked for not reaching there were too many moving parts, is what I'm saying. I think there was just far too many moving parts. I think for anyone, I hope I'm wrong, because I'd love that to be an area that FM improves. I very, very strongly doubt we will ever see any football management game nail AI squad building. So Rich says, regarding handcuffing, it's why I'm doing Man City Mix and other weird things. Exactly. And it's good fun. So Hero says, I feel that especially as a good team, but it's the process of getting good that's the best. I think AI could be a little more challenging, like 10% harder or something. Necrosis has won the championship 4 games until the invincible season. This is where it gets difficult, Nick. I've always find that once you secure the league, maintaining the form for those final few games is where it always goes wrong. So good luck, my dude. Right, 1973 sent 4 for these reasons. United relegated, Dutch total football, a really good Scotland team, Leeds and Derby at the top, season after Sunderland win the FA Cup. All fabulous reasons. All fabulous reasons. So Hero says, I feel like the AI could be harder, a little bit harder as more of a rough years than I get good after 3, maybe 4. Let's say make it an extra 10% harder, but it's hard anyway. I'll see you all later. No worries at all. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hero. Have a wonderful weekend. Lestry says, I find it funny that while on the Reddit forums people complain about the AI signing 6 left backs, then Pep did something similar. I mean, that's been Chelsea's transfer policy for the last 3 windows as well, hasn't it? Let's be fair. Sherbs, that's what's happening with me and Hertha last season, going amazing. Win league with 6 spare, lose 5 in a row. It's what we had in this save as well. With Mariaham, we won the first time we won the league. We won the league with 2 games remaining. Invincible. Lost the very next game. Typical, eh? Typical. The career says, would the AI manager be better if rather use something like the squirrel play tools and recruit to the team depending on the club's tactic? So you'd think about that, but then how do you then work succession planning in? And remember, as you start to use a tool like that, you've then got that it's all about the thresholds. It's all about working out the edge cases, because otherwise every team just does the same thing. You try and, that's what the game does. That's, behind, underneath the surface, the squad comparison is doing what his tool does. And it does it in a much more granular way. The game doesn't see judge a player as 3 stars on the back end. It judges them as 6,000 out of 10,000 in this particular role. and that's slightly higher than another role, which he's be 5,800 in. But then being able to deal with the actions that come off it, that's where what I think, personally, I find mind-boggling. Right, Pazarek isn't suspended. So he's definitely back into the team. Stenbring on. Jelicic back in as well. Yeah, I think that's all right. Back up to an attacking mentality. We're going to be playing against a 3-4-3. Let's see how we get on. Hello, Ease Off Tackles. Welcome in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. How are you? How's your week been? One's here as well. What's the league position? We are currently in 16th after 3 games. We lost the opening game away from home against Holstein Kiel. And then in the last 2 games, a home game against Augsburg, we had a player sent off, rescued a late draw. And then away against Borussia Dortmund, we had a player sent off and got thumped 3-0. We were fortunate for it to be 3-0, but also unfortunate for it to be 3-0. Right, talk about the fans. Tell them that I have faith. Let's get our first league win of the season. It's about time. It's about time we got our first league win of the season. It's going to happen. It is absolutely going to happen. So Rich says, genuine question. In Civ games, AA has advantages at higher levels. Could this be an option in FM for those who choose it? I don't exactly know how that would be implemented. It's an interesting idea. I mean, like, AI does have advantages throughout the game, but I'd argue that the main advantage that the AI has is the additional starting units, which is kind of like a one-time bonus. It allows them to push ahead really, really early. Yeah, I know they get additional yields at like 10% or something, right up in the higher ones, up to 20%. But I'd say that the most meaningful advantage that the AI gets is the extra starting settlers, the extra starting military units, which then leads them to consider themselves stronger than you militarily, which makes them more likely to declare war on you before you've got any units, which makes the chance of you losing really, really early quite likely and very annoying. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. I mean, maybe that is an approach. So Ease of Tackles tuning in from the valleys in Wales, from the valleys, being dragged here so we can go to Barry Island instead of Brighton away. Fuming. I mean, yeah, I get that, but the valleys are pretty. That's something, right? That's worth it. Right, Nuremberg to a Darabai. A Darabai from distance. Gunnarsson somehow gets enough on it, and that's behind. So Dan Basis says that would be great. I think it's just a case of figuring how they could actually implement it. I do like the idea. For the Eaters in, welcome in, Abubakar. Hey man, how was your team journey so far? So since you were in last, I think you were in last week from what I remember, we're finally into our season 8 and it's been bad. We've qualified for the Conference League. That's good. And we've lost 2 and drawn 1 of our games in the league so far. So we're really, really hoping that we're about to get our first league win of the season. And I say that, I have a feeling this is about to be a goal. We're not getting close to them. They're just moving the ball around far too easily. Here's Moretti. Thank God for that shot. Let's give the guys some encouragement. We've had the better quality chances, according to the thing, but we haven't seen those highlights. The highlights we've seen have all been Bremen, really, as Pazarek steps in. In fact, wait a second. I'm just going to bring that up. We've seen both their chances for a combined 0.05 XG, whereas we're averaging 0.07 XG with our chances and haven't seen any. Did we have a shot from distance? But hopefully that's about to end now. Schifferl on the ball. Out to a Darabai. finds Pazarek on the right. Pazarek waits with the ball, moves it back inside. Here's Brooks. Brooks has a chance from distance. It's saved by Gunnarsson. Yes, we had that shot that Gunnarsson kind of like fisted behind. Hero says, back again. Just thinking like levels will not happen. I don't think anyway. I'd argue AI needs to be more difficult. The later you go on, save-wise, harder to dominate fully. Anyway, mate, have a good weekend all. Have a lovely weekend, Hero. Thank you very much for dropping by. The AI definitely has some advantages in terms of player negotiations as things stand, but it's hard to figure out what else they could do, particularly to circumvent the part that we can pretty much just set up recruitment focus that finds all the best young players, and we just hoard all the young wonder kids. Indeed. Maybe just our knowledge, but yeah, I agree. Can't see it getting much harder, but should be in-game and out-of-game both aspects. Jakob is in. Welcome in, Jakob. How are you? Lovely to see you, my dude. Hope you've had a wonderful week. Hope you've got a fabulous weekend up ahead. Right, De Niro, good first touch, finds Asnow. Asnow swings it in. Abdullah's header pushed over by Gunnarsson. Last 10 minutes or so, we're pushing that tempo up. Pazarek's going to take the corner. It's going to go short. Here's Linson back to Brooks to Pazarek. Here's Nürnberger. Space on the edge of the area. Fires it over. Did you see how they closed us down? That's novel. Yeah. We've had streams like this before in this save where we're just a little bit shit. Brooks' shot forces a good save out of Gunnarsson. And then, you know, we've reset the luck modifier that's definitely real, definitely exists, and we've ended up on a good run. But it does feel like this isn't going to be a particularly fruitful time, as now tackled quite easily. 12 shots, 1.05 XG. It's under 0.1 per chance, which is a bit disappointing. We look at that shot map. Quite a few shots from outside the area. Even these ones are very much on the edge. Ooh. I'm not happy once again. We'll say this every single game from the looks of things. We are going to switch things around. De Niro is white-footed. Let's get De Niro onto his stronger foot. Pazarek, I think, is better going... Actually, Asnu is good going forwards. Nürnberger in that defensive position. Adara Bio. Let's go back to wide centre-backs. We haven't done that for a while. Maybe that will just help us move the ball forwards a little bit better as well. They're less likely to sit on the ball and try and bait teams out. Maybe. So Rich says, I do think AI teams value reputation too much and hold on to old players too long. Also, I agree it's too easy for human players to find wonder kids. The SI problem is they want us to be able to live the dream. Balancing that with challenge is tough, indeed. Jakob's good week. Every day trying Moneyball. Got relegated 2 times in Poland. Going forward, not stopping. Perseverance, that's what it's about, Jakob. Beautiful stuff. Glad to hear that you keep on trying. Right, Schmidt sends the cross in. De Niro can't win the header. Pezarek gets the ball back. Can we apply more pressure? Not right now, we can't. Penalty. 2 players just tackled him. I mean, one's got to be a foul. We'd be so lucky. We were lucky. We did get a penalty in that cup game against Regensburg. As always, we save our penalties for the least important games. So Dean Bates, yes, you're absolutely right. The AI definitely values reputation too much, which works against them both in holding on to players and failing to recruit good prospects. I mean, it's also like, I don't think the essence of De Niro is a great chance. It's a great chance. I don't think the essence of having a overvalued reputation system is wrong. I mean, how many transfers do we see that are almost entirely guided by reputation? But the issue is that the reputation itself doesn't increase enough in game to respond to the events that happen. Right, Brooks' time is up. Shiitake is coming. Jelicic is coming on. You as a target forward. This is probably going to go wrong. But we can't draw against Werder Bremen. Have not picked up a point this season. Now they're about to pick up 3. Moretti with the corner swings it into the near post. We get there first. Abdullahi sends it clear, but Cortez gets to the ball first. Siket driving down the left. De Niro makes the challenge, can't make it stick. The cross comes in for Bet. Adebayo gets the header away. Barroso back on the ball to Vukancic. Moretti loses out. Linson just pummels it forwards. No one is there. Vukancic finds Cortez. Cortez to Kameri. Gets it back again. Cortez in behind. It's a great tackle. Kameri follows up. Oh my. Oh my. Well, there we go. Kameri into Cortez. Asnu's tackle falls to the path of Kameri. Sahinovic is, his positioning was right for the opportunity. I can't blame him there. Another. Cool. Not ignoring the Dortmund game. If we take the Dortmund game out of consideration, because they were always going to beat us anyway. This is a lot of games where we're conceding under 1 XG, we're generating more than 1 XG and not scoring. It can be disheartening. So defensive winger on attack. Linson is going to come off. We're going to go back to a double midfielder. Let's have some protection there. Jelavic. Abdullah's off. More attacking on that side. Defensive winger on that side. Sending the ball long again. We do have a full suite of players, so we can at least buy more pressure up. Can we salvage a late draw? Nürnberger with the corner. Into the near post. Schiffel, he's gone down. Look at that, was an incredible dive. He went full. Beautiful stuff. Penalty has been awarded. So Jacob says, what do you think about FM Data Lab? Is it a good tool to use? It's a perfectly fine tool to use, as a Darabaya's penalty is missed. I don't use it personally myself, so I can't really comment much about it, Jakob, I'm afraid. But yeah, perfectly fine. So, which says people criticise the squad planner. My view, I think it was built in part to help the AI teams as a ranking method, just not quite functioning at present. Well, I think it's kind of not quite that it was built to help the AI teams. I believe it is the system that the AI teams use, and then they've gone, okay, we might as well just hand that over to the player base. From what I could gather from the press releases in the lead up to it. Last changes, Sternbring. Sternbring is coming on the left. He is a winger. Nürnberger is looking tired, so he's going to come off. Fuck it. Let's just go for it. Muller plays there. Jataki is now the holding midfielder. Sims goes central. Last 10 minutes. So Sherb's good target forwards in the German leagues would have to be Haris Tabakovic, quite possibly. He didn't come up in terms of the statistical performance at this point in the game. How old is Tabakovic now? Because he starts the game is around 26, so he'd probably be around that right age for us in terms of an experienced striker. Be around 30 odd or so, 33 or so, I think. Which is we do like an old target forward. Sickett now. Here's a chance just to finish us off. Kameri to Sickett to Mariba, Moretti to Grimaldo to Arrowan. Wow, just passing around us there with ease. 2.7 XG. 2.7 XG. Oh. So we've abandoned the midfield entirely. The second goal, that's because we did stupid stuff with the formation. Man is going to scream. He's 30 in 2024, so he's going to be retired, Sherbs. He's going to very, very much retired. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Someone's come along and he's burst our bubble. Indeed. Was that round the twist? No. Trouble. So no, that was just the song, wasn't it? I'm thinking of something entirely different. I do. Adam, what have you missed? We are having an awful time. A very, very awful time. We are losing to Werder Bremen, who haven't picked up a point this season. We, apart from the Dortmund game where we had a player sent off after 15 minutes, we've having another one of those streams where we win games on XG but can't score for toffee. There wasn't a penalty there though, so that's something. As Grimaldo stands over the free kick, sends it in. Vukancic looking to rub it in, heads it over, and that's the final whistle. Big oof indeed. 2.7 XG to 1.12. Yet another loss. I'm far from pleased. Bottom of the league. Bottom of the league. There we go. We're down. We're down. Sack the manager. We should be in 7th, though. I think that says it all. We've given up 5.2 XG, and 3 of that was against Dortmund with 10 men. Ouch. Ouch. So that's been the season so far. A win in the DFB-Pokal. A win against Norrköping away from home. 2 draws. 3 defeats. Oof. Oof indeed. And so, that is going to be the point where we end the stream. For my sanity, more than anything else. No, we've reached the 4-hour mark, which is roughly where we get to. So let's head on over on Twitch. We're going to raid on out. Over on YouTube, we can't raid. Let's. What's next week got in store? Next week, we should be back on Monday evening. I will be posting up the schedule probably on Sunday over on Discord. So the plan is probably going to be Monday evening back with Darmstadt, Tuesday with Trento, Wednesday and Friday with Darmstadt. No stream on Thursday as I've got appointments. But yeah, so that's going to be the plan. I will confirm that though in the Discord. A huge thank you everyone for popping along. Night and Knee, thank you very much, my dude.